and 152 runs between the teams.
And that's
4.
Another boundary, and they've put on
A bit of a lull. So 2, 3, 4 for 7.
Oh, that's a great
Oh,
shot.
that's a super shot.
15 overs to go. You want to try and restrict the scoring as much as you can. Try and keep hold of any lead. Although that's they've not managed to hold that one in.
Oh! Johnny Connell was not
a bad ball as well. He did hit that bad ball, but unfortunately, it's straight to the fielder.
Oh no, there's a good shot.
Excellent.
See, that's the first ball Luke Bevan's bowled that was slightly off, probably in the last 3 or 4 overs, and found their way into the semis. Oh, now then, that's gone absolutely miles up in the air, and I think it's found its way to the boundary for 6. So it's almost certain it was a wet day in Furness. They pretty well all are. Oh my word, that could be out, and it is.
Caught by Tommy Sturgis. Short fine leg.
Yeah, ran round pretty quickly.
Now that is a fantastic
that was
shot.
A fabulous shot. Just waited for it, rocked back, hit it just behind point for 4. Bucks. Smithy from Bedfordshire with his sparring
partner. That's going to run away for another boundary.
Anyway, it's 2. Oh, he's walloped it, and I think he's going to be out. Oh, he's caught them. So that's out. A 5th wicket for Sturgis, who gets a 5 for. Sam Atkinson out for 49. And 152 runs between the teams.
And that's
4.
another boundary, and they've put on.
A bit of a lull. So 2, 3, 4 for 7.
Oh, that's a great
Oh,
shot.
that's a super shot.
Just to go, you want to try and restrict the scoring as much as you can. Try and keep hold of any lead. Although they've not managed to hold that one.
Oh! Johnny Connell was not
The bad ball as well. He did hit that bad ball, but unfortunately, it's straight to the fielder.
Oh, now there's a good shot.
Excellent.
See, that's the first ball Luke Bevans bowled that was slightly off, probably in the last 3 or 4 overs, and found their way into the semis. Oh, now then, that's gone absolutely miles up in the air, and I think has found its way to the boundary for 6. So it's almost certainly it was a wet day in fairness. They pretty well all are. Oh my word, that could be out, and it is.
Caught by Tommy Sturgis. Short fine leg.
Yeah, ran round pretty quickly.
Now that is a fantastic
that is a
shot.
Fabulous shot. Just waited for it, rock back, hit it just behind point for 4. Bucks. Smithy from Bedfordshire with his sparring
partner. That's
partner.
going to run away for another boundary.
Anyway, it's 2. Oh, he's walloped it, and I think he's going to be out. Oh, and he is caught. And so that's out. A 5th wicket for Sturgis, who gets a 5 for. Sam Atkinson out for 49.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, good afternoon, actually. Crikey, that's a good start. Welcome back to West Bromwich Dartmouth, where we're getting into what could be the end of the third innings, albeit that is debatable, isn't it, Jeff?
Good afternoon, Rich. Good afternoon, everyone. So here we are in a slightly more optimistic vein. Play was delayed until 1 o'clock because the run-ups weren't up to it, which was a shame. Had a bit of a downpour overnight. Current situation of the game: Berkshire 233 for 2 plus 99. So, and they've just scored another one. So sort of 3-3-3, 3-3-4 ahead, which is a very very good position. Since we were on last, having eulogised about the quality of the fielding, there have been 3 fairly sloppy dropped catches by Staffordshire. I can't really explain that. So both of these batsmen have had benefit, but beautiful 100 from Rodri Lewis, who's played very finely, and Charlie Dunnett's on 92 at the moment. So
You're giving the runs to the wrong family member there, Jeff. I'm afraid it's Reese Lewis.
Oh, Reese Lewis.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Unfortunately, Rodri hurt himself. I think,
he did, of course.
A few days ago.
Yeah, well done to Reese. 100 in 146 ball. Charlie Dunnett 92 in 125. So it's all a bit brighter. So with a bit of luck, we'll get through to close of play today, and we could still have a result. But Rich, if you were captain, when would you come off? And here's the key, because I'm going to do a little thing there. I'm going to let you go first, and I can go lower and higher. What score do you think they're going to come off at?
This is the $1 million question, isn't it? Because do you dangle the carrot? Do you try and bat them out of the game? All while trying to balance up the amount of overs that you're going to have left to be able to get 10 wickets. So that's the balancing act. Now you want me to answer the question?
Yeah. Where the rubber meets the road. Come up with a number.
I'm going to go 260.
So 260 added 99 would be 360 to win. Okay, well there's 2 questions here. 260 and when. Okay, let's just do the score. I'm going to go higher than 260. So it gives you a chance. Another ramp chop, and oh dear, didn't quite carry down to fine leg, so that's another run. Seems to be the shot of the last 10 minutes. Reese Lewis, who managed a beautiful shot earlier on, so 92 not out.
I think the problem with these passages of play are as well that Berkshire, because the field's spread, the guys have been bowling for a little while. We've got 2 people batting who are on 101 and 92, and they actually make it look relatively easy to score. And that's nothing against the bowling, because Staffordshire have bowled relatively well. So when you're looking at it from that perspective, you're thinking, crikey, we need
shot.
That
is a fantastic shot.
You're probably looking at the situation and thinking, we need actually a few more than we thought, because it's quite easy to score. The outfield's relatively quick. It's not the biggest ground. Whereas obviously you're going to have a new ball, you're going to have a fresh bowling attack, and you're going to have 2 players on naught. So I don't know. I think this section of playing these games in these scenarios always doesn't. I think you always feel like you need a little bit more than you do.
Because if you're in that situation, you can use the most attacking fields you can imagine. 3 or 4 slips, all sorts of people around the bat for the spinners. I'd certainly be tempted to bat slightly longer than you might. And Berkshire have earned the right to do that, if you like. I mean, they're a long way ahead in this game. So, in a way, the trade-off is, could they give the opposition a chance? Could they gamble? Could they dangle the carrot for Staffordshire and risk losing? Interestingly, I think that Dan Lincoln's of a mind that he'd almost rather win than share. So I think he'll probably do more than some captains would to give his team a chance to be the outright champions. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. And there's no doubt that both teams are going to want to win the game. It's at what cost and what risk, I suppose. So yeah, I think 360 in the fourth innings of a game is a tough ask anyway. Under the pressure of playing in a final, I think that would probably be plenty for me if I was captain anyway. But I'm not.
Yeah, so we're currently a lead of 340. Liam Hurt charging in. He charged in for 12 overs last night. It was an immaculate spell. He really got a lot of pace on the ball. And that's a pretty fair effort to try and catch that sort of long on, bounced in front of the fielder.
There was a very, very enjoyable passage of play last night when Liam Hurt was running in. He ran in for 12 overs straight, which shows he's an extremely fit lad. But there was a 3 or 4 over spell round the wicket, over and round the wicket to Reese Lewis, and it was a brilliant passage of play to watch.
Yeah, plenty of pace on the ball. He was almost touching the side screen, or pushing off the side screen to run off, to run in to the West Indies Test bowlers of old, and he did know how to generate some pace. On one occasion, the keeper, in attempting to take the ball, palmed it over, and it pretty much almost went for 6. Which it was such a quick delivery, went through the keeper's hands.
And there was a lovely Reese Lewis swayed out the way, very reminiscent of when I was a bit of a lad watching bats, balls and bouncers and watching Robin Smith get out the way of Patrick Patterson, which I don't imagine was much fun, but it certainly looked good anyway.
Yeah, fun for everybody who was watching, but not if you were on the wrong end of Patrick Patterson. So how far have we got? 2, 4, 3 for 2, which is a lead of 342, which is, interestingly, 2, 4, 3 backwards. That's the score. I wonder how often that's happened.
Now
that could be out. And it is. So Dan Lincoln is going to go in, so there's obviously a bit more mayhem planned, going in at 5 to try and register a run in this contest. So
some would say that's relatively selfless batting when you're on 97.
Absolutely.
Just to keep the run. He deserved 100 there, but that's a very good innings.
Yeah, that's a fine innings from Charlie Dent, 97 in 129 balls, and he's helped put his team into a very, very strong position. I'd say all the cards are with Berkshire right now, and we've seen Dan Lincoln. Anybody who's watched the European Cricket Championship or the 20-over game against Leicester at Uppingham, he has the capacity to hit the ball a very, very long way. Whether he needs to in this innings, given that there's a centurion at the other end, remains to be seen. So, are you feeling good about 260, Rich? Because I'm feeling quite good about it being more than 260, being that Dan's gone in.
Well, it's because we're not there yet. And if he didn't go in, we'd be at 243. So, yeah, I don't know, I do get a feel like they may want a little bit more, bearing in mind that Dan's brother Josh is also stood there wielding the bat fully padded up with helmet and gloves ready to go as well.
Yeah, that makes me feel. Oh, and the fact there's a couple of lads padded up, so that makes me feel even better. I think, is that Matt Dalrymple?
It is, yeah. Well, I'm not sure they're going to be wasting much time either way.
No.
Getting themselves in, but I think that takes Dan off of what would have been a dreaded pair, wouldn't it?
It would indeed. So he's off the mark, 1 off 1. Sam Atkinson bowling. He's going for 5 and over. He's 1 for 81 from 16 and a bit. So Reese Lewis on strike at 103 not out. And he has smote that to Tom Brett on the long on boundary, but 1 bounce for a single. Nice atmosphere around the ground again today. Felt like there were very few people here first up, but people creeping in. There could be a really good finish today, and I think the local cricket fans are aficionados. If I look to my right, there's a raised banking, 3 layers of seats, and there's been a group of chaps religiously watching the game, nodding sagely at appropriate moments, and just further round I can see the white hut, the groundsman's hut, and there's a little recess there where Andy and his team are watching everything that goes on. It's almost like they're their own quality control for the pitch. Very proud of what they've produced, and they'll do anything to get the game on, and they should be applauded for their efforts earlier on today if you'd seen them with their spikes.
And they should be extremely proud of the wicket they produced as well, because they've done it year in, year out for us for this game. This is the third year on the trot that we've had the final here, and the wicket's been exceptional every year, and they've had to deal with some pretty extreme weather. We've had rain a lot 2 years ago. We had scorching weather last year, and we've had a bit of a mix this year. So hopefully, with plenty of overs left today, we're going to get this game to some kind of conclusion. But it'd be very much down to Andy and his team, the work they've done and the wicket they've produced, because it is a brilliant cricket wicket.
It certainly is. Now, apparently, I think I might owe an apology to my friend the groundsman, because a number of his friends were listening in yesterday when I described him as portly. I'd like to reassess that. He is comfortably built, and that's as far as it goes. Top man. So Liam Hurt about to thunder in again. Now, before he does that, oh, here we are. Almost pushed off the sight screen. Fielders it long on and long off. Oh, that is a very deft little dab. In fact, Links almost ran into Liam, but no harm, no foul, as they would say in the Jack Reacher books written by Lee Childs. No harm, no foul. All good, clean fun. So that's one more to Lincoln, who's on to 3. 2-4-7 for 3. That is one of the longest run-ups I think I've seen for ages. So around the wicket, hurtling in, delivered at pace. Desperate effort to ramp it from Rhys Lewis, who's taken a bite to the to the keeper, because the keeper's standing so far back. It would have to have been a pretty impressive throw down to have run out down Lincoln there.
Starting to feel slightly more confident in my call now as the Berkshire lads appear in their white and bowling boots.
Oh, well, I haven't seen anybody take their pads off yet, so I think...
That's because they're not 260 yet.
If you get this dead on, and I have to pay you double, that will mean we're back on level terms, which will be highly annoying. Oh, Links has whacked that. It's going to be out. Oh, where's it gone? The keeper's lost it. Oh, I think it's gone for 6.
It has.
Yeah, that was quite a bizarre strike. I think it came off the bottom of the bat, went ostensibly right up in the air. Somehow the keeper lost it, and it ended up hitting the sight screen, which of course is beyond the rope. So that was 6. So that's 2-5-4. 2-5-4 for 3, which is a lead of 3-5-3. The umpire's waving. Not sure what he's waving at. Oh no, he's waving for the ball. Steve Bezic. He's now having a conversation with his partner in crime. Robin Parker. Anyway, I think we're all right. Ball's going to be thrown back to the bowler. Now we might just have time to sneak in a little poll here. You'll gather that I quite like the idea of a cake at a cricket ground. I actually like an idea of a cake anywhere. But there were 5 favourites. Liam Hurt bowling, nicely struck by Dan
that's got
Lincoln,
through as
who's
well.
hit it straight for 4. So he's actually hit both side screens in successive balls, one in the air and one along the ground. So 5 cakes have been the favourites on straw poll, so we're going to give you a chance. 4 cakes. Okay, so the 4 cakes are cinnamon raisin, Victoria sponge, sultana cake and lemon drizzle. So I'm going to invite you to pick your favourite. I know my favourite, but then I've had the luxury of tasting them all. You haven't, so you're going to have to use your imagination, which is generally good in cricket. That's another great shot from Lincoln. It's hit the side screen again. So 3 side screens in 3 balls.
Yes, and this is disappointing in the fact that it's now 2-6-2.
Which means I've won again. So that's 3 zip. Excellent. Now it would be ungracious of me to crow, but it is 3-0.
I think you might remember me saying at the very start of our venture this week that I am very bad at any kind of predictions.
Well, you can only beat the opposition that shows up, Rich. Well, that's definitely not hitting the side screen unless there's a terrible throw from Tom Brett, who's picked it up. Slight fumble into the keeper. 2 more runs to Lincoln, who's demonstrating ably just how valuable he is to the European Cricket Championship team. He scored 19 from 7. He's hit the side screen at one end once and then the other end twice in 3 successive balls. And he's assisted me in my mission to beat Logie here at another competition. So brilliant. So just to remind you, cinnamon raisin, Victoria sponge, sultana cake, very moist sultana cake I have to say, and a very lemony lemon drizzle cake. Which would be your favourite, wouldn't it, Rich?
The final one, absolutely yes.
Okay.
Lemon drizzle.
Well, we'll count you as 1 vote for that then. I won't give my clues until Kieran's nearly finished adding them all up. Oh my word, where's that gone? Oh, missed. Totally missed. Taken by the keeper. So Reese Lewis, I don't think he hasn't scored a run hardly just recently. Sam Atkinson still bowling. So 3-6-3 ahead. And another well-placed strike along the ground through the leg side to deep. Wide, deep mid-wicket, I suppose, for 1. That is 1 for Reese. So Dan Lincoln. A little bit like spot the ball. You could have the whole ground to go out. Where would you put the cross for where this ball's going? I know where my money is. Well, broadly in that direction, although I was expecting it to get a bit more levitation. So 2 more runs to Lincoln. That's 21 from 8.
It's good practice for Sunday, I think. These few overs.
Oh, absolutely. So we're hoping very much that at 1 o'clock on Sunday these 2 sides face off against each other in the T20 semi-final. Lincoln has hit that absolutely miles. That's gone into the golf course.
Unfortunately, that's where my car's parked. So hopefully there weren't any bangs there or glass shattering.
No, I think that hit the roof of the pavilion at the golf course. Players are fumbling around in the car park there. I think you're safe, Rich. But he has hit. In fact, had that been at the Cartarmer Oval, I don't think we'd ever have seen that ball again. So we had the 4th in a run of cricket lunches in this little lull today. Good healthy sausage, beans and chips with a couple of slices of fully buttered white bread and cheesecake. Worked for me. Did it work for you, Rich?
It did work for me, I must admit. It was very good.
Yeah, I can see Kieran, who's masterminding the controls for the broadcasting. He's got a massive smile on his face. I reckon he had a couple of portions. Oh, Sam Atkinson in again. Oh my word, that has gone further, and that could have hit your car, Rich.
No, that's a different angle. I'm more comfortable with that one. Yep, that's gone more towards the back garden of the house.
Yeah, so that's 33 in 10 from Lincoln.
I think that will need a spare.
He just has this habit of anything vaguely leg side of being able to find a boundary. Goodness me, absolutely whacked it. It was a generous full toss, but you still got to hit him.
So we've got one more ball of this over to go, and then there's going to be 58 overs. So there's 41 overs to go until the last hour.
Okay.
Minimum of 17 in that last hour. So there could be more.
Okay.
And then we lose 3 for the switch over. So that's 58 minus 3, 55 overs.
55 overs to
if they were
go.
to declare after this one ball.
And we're 378 ahead. So that's actually asking. It's a fair asking rate to chase 300. I think Dan Lincoln's mind is saying, well, we're not going to dangle too much carrot here. We're going to bat them out of it, and then we're going to apply every inch of pressure. Try and nick 3 wickets in the first hour, a couple more maybe in the next hour, and then put a lot of pressure on as the tail makes its way to the crease. And of course, Staffordshire's plan is either to give it a go for a while and see if they can get some momentum going, or maybe just to bat it out. But would you bat it out? Hard to bat out that number of overs, isn't it? That is another 4. And they've run off. So they've hit that one for 4. Lincoln scored 37 in 11. And they've run off at 283 for 3, which is a lead of 382. So it'll be 383 to win.
Off the 41 overs remaining up until 5 o'clock, which will be the last hour, and then a minimum of 17 in that last hour. So 58 minus the 3 for this swap over is 55 overs minimum.
So we finish at 6 today?
Yep.
Okay.
As long as we get the 17.
Yeah, well,
so 55 overs.
You won't be able to see from the cameras that are trained on the wicket, but there is some blue sky around. The clouds seem to be higher. The last few days, clearly there was rain around. For me, I'm a bit of a cloud watcher, having spent the first 20 odd years of my life in Lancaster, where it rains every second day, or maybe twice every day. You get a sense of when there's a cloud that's kind of deposited its contents, and I don't think these are those. What do you reckon?
I would agree with that. It's the weather app looks fairly placid. Doesn't look like there's much rain in it. It doesn't look like there's a huge amount of sun, but we don't necessarily need a bright sky until a little bit later, if it's going to come at all.
My only worry is that I'm looking at a light on the groundsman's hut, and it seems to be very bright. Can you see that light?
I can see it.
It seems to be either that or something wrong with my eyes. So Andy and his team are working on the wicket with I think that's Cox's. Is that Cox's grandson there?
That's his lad.
It's his lad, Cox's lad, who's probably about 4, wearing a red top, and he's very interested in the work that's going on. A lot of dust coming off, and this roller is definitely heavier than the previous rollers we've had. This looks like the heavy roller. There's one of the ground staff teams wearing a horrendous green and yellow striped top. Is that West Brom's away kit?
I think it is.
Okay, well, apologies to all followers of West Brom, but it is very garish. Yeah, a bit of a crowd coming in now. Quite a number of people are sitting in what look like large umbrellas. What are they called?
Sport brellas, apparently. I think we learned last night, didn't we?
Sport brellas?
I believe so.
Yeah, well, they're really rather fine. There's a couple of ladies sitting inside one of these sport brillas. I think you sort of tie them down and it prevents you from getting, well, sun if there's sun and presumably wind if there's wind. They look to be quite a good item.
There's an array of them as well. There's some red ones and blue.
Yeah, red,
blue over the
blues.
far side.
Yeah, some fairly bright colours. I can quite see why you'd have one of those.
Well, you were absolutely, well, you were right to go more than I thought. I think in the grand scheme of things, how much that's going to impact on the way this game plays out, we'll have to see. But I certainly think this first hour is critical for both teams.
Definitely.
As you said, it does give Berkshire the opportunity to attack. I think sometimes though, if you go to attack too much and you're looking to get wickets with every ball, you kind of lose what actually gets you wickets, which is consistency and bowling nice and tight and hitting the top of off stump.
Yeah.
If you go searching for them, that's sometimes when you can over sort of bowl yourself.
Yeah, I think you've got to keep to the good routines and do what's well. Fielding practice. I've just watching Dan O'Driscoll. I think it's the Berkshire 12th man. Made a pretty dismal effort to give him a catch. I think it went about 5 yards wide off one of those one-handed warm-up bats. Sorry, I've just been shown the current result of the. Let me have a look, Rich. The current result of the lemon drizzle. So it's a split at the moment between lemon drizzle and Victoria Sponge. So I don't know how many times you can vote. You probably should only be restricted to one vote, but there's more chance. I think we'll wait until the start of the next innings before we decide who's the ultimate winner. But just as far as we go, lemon drizzle and Victoria Sponge appear to be atop of the list. Which
I'm just about to send a WhatsApp message to everybody on my phone to vote lemon drizzle, so I can actually win something.
Yeah. So what was I saying? Yeah. So the warm up to Dan O'Driscoll with one of those sort of one-handed plastic bats. The 12th man looks like he needs to go on a special course because he's whacking it everywhere, but nowhere near the keeper's gloves. That's not helping. And we've got slip catch practice, one of those small orange ramps. The bowlers are bowling at the yellow stumps. Coach Tom Lambert with the baseball bat on. Tommy Sturgis having a go. Ewan Woods having a go. Toby Greatwood having a go. Looks like Luke Bevan. Luke Bevan, you have to be careful what you say because he's a phenomenal cricketer and a really, really nice chap. But I don't know if you ever remember the Roy Elliott cartoons from back in the Daily Express Roy Elliott cartoons, 60s and 70s. There was a sort of character that walked along with 10 to 2 feet with a fag in his mouth. Now, Bev hasn't got a fag in his mouth, but it probably is a bit 10 to 2. Anyway, he could be the determining factor today. Who knows? Oh, that's a decent effort. Josh Lincoln just trying to catch it. Umpires are out having a little look at the... don't know what the umpires are doing now. Presumably we're not far off starting time. Andy Cartwright using the graffiti can to redo the popping crease with the presumably aluminium contraption. Yeah, all looks good. The ground, I mean, look, we've had 4 days cricket. There's been rain on and off, but doesn't it look a picture?
Yeah, it's been. It's looked great all week. It's played great when we've been able to get on there. When they have had the rain, it's been mopped up super quickly, very professionally, and that's resulted in the wicket now on the 4th day. I went out there this morning and it looks like a 2-day-old wicket and looks incredibly firm. I think it's going to be still good to bat on, as the guys just showed there at the end of that innings, but I think if you bend your back you'll get something out of it, and I think as the day goes on Luke Bevan will start to get a little bit of turn, so it's going to be there's certainly going to be opportunities to score quickly for the Staffs guys, and if they get off to a flyer, it'll be interesting to see their game plan about what they're looking to do.
Yeah, definitely. Now here's a portent of things to come. Is that Matt Dalrymple there? That he's doing short leg practice, so he's got the pads on and the ball's being flipped up. And that's Reece Lewis just flipping it up so he can take short catches, quick catches. Yeah, not easy to do that. All right, so the bell's gone, so we're getting on out there. It's 11 minutes past 2. So there will be a tea interval of 20 minutes. So we're broadly going to get, so that takes about half 2, 4, 5, 2.5 hours cricket plus 20 overs is broadly what we're going to get, assuming the weather conditions hold, and as we said before, there is blue sky up there, sailors' pants and all. So just to help you, because you can't see it, as I look round the ground, there's a beautiful hedge on the sort of one side of the ground, advertising hoardings, the umbrellas in front of it, and a bowling green behind, and there's a set of cricket nets, whole series of cars parked in front of that, scoreboards directly opposite the pavilion, so we're looking directly at that with the score. It says first innings 383. I think that's sort of out of date, but that is the score they need to win, though, isn't it? Then a bit more parking, lovely tall conifers at the far end of the ground, all the way sort of obscuring the view down because we're quite high here. Over the back there's the golf course, and as we come round the side there's there's a golf pavilion which presumably has lost a few tiles thanks to Mr. Lincoln.
Well, just before this innings starts, before you ask me any more predictions, I'm going to leave you for a little while and hand over to Ian to join you for a chat for half an hour. I'll be watching intently to see how this first half an hour goes, because I think that's going to be really key to lay out what kind of afternoon we're going to see.
Okay, I'm not going to let you get off that easily. Before Ian joins us, actually no, I think he could be a new victim, because I've sort of beaten you 3-0, okay. So you can go. Thanks, Rich.
Thank you for that. Lemon drizzle, everybody.
Oh.
Phil, did you not know? He's gone for a scan.
Who's gone for a scan?
Phil.
Oh.
He's nearly got killed a couple of years.
Oh yeah, I knew that, yeah.
He's had a bleed on the brain in the accident. He's been having bad headaches.
Oh.
He's been having bad headaches last few days, so he said yes, it was contact. He said, I mean, you don't.
Right, the play's about to start, and good afternoon, Ian.
How are we doing, Jeff?
We're doing extremely well. It's lovely to see you. I feel like a complete amateur here, like a rabbit in the headlights, with somebody who's so practiced and accomplished at doing those lovely podcasts that I listen to every week.
Well, listening to you and Logs yesterday, I could be out of a job.
I don't think there's much chance of that, mate.
No, it's great stuff.
So, Tommy Sturgis bowling the first ball of the innings, and I think we should probably describe the field. You won't be able to see everything, but I can see 3 slips, or is that 4 slips, would you say?
I'd say 3 slips and a half.
Yeah.
Almost a gully.
Yeah, point. Extra cover. A very odd sight, this. Extra cover's got those short pads on for sort of short leg fielding. It looks really difficult to have those on. Anyway, he's got them. Then we've got mid-on, short mid-wicket, and sort of fine leg on the fence. Again, only about 45 degrees. I think it's Luke Bevan down there.
It is. 55-ish overs left, Jeff.
Yeah, so 55. What's that? 7 5s are 35 and 7 5s are 35. So it's broadly 7 and over. I wonder if Dan Lincoln had that in his head. So 7 and over, 55 overs, and there aren't many 50-ish over games where you're going to chase down a score like that. I wouldn't have thought.
No, I think Berkshire have done a job very quickly of, I'm not saying batted Staffordshire out the game, because clearly there's a game on still, but they've tried to get to that 7 so that it is a stretch. There's no two ways about it. But it also then, it's a little, there's a carrot dangled, I think is the best way to put it, to say, do you want to have a go for the next 20 overs, see where you're at, and then if you're in a position after 20 overs that you think you're going to go for it, then you do go for it, don't you?
Yeah, it's not an enormous carrot. I don't know. I must say, if there's a chance, I think winning a trophy outright has got to be more satisfying than sharing it.
Most definitely. You know, I just look back at the last couple of days and the weather and just think we're probably only one session shy of this being an incredible finish today. You know, whether that be the morning session today or the bit that we've lost during the last couple of days, just one more session would have made all the difference, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Or even 20, even just 20 overs would have made a big difference.
And Tom Moulton opened the batting with Matthew Morris, interestingly. So,
what, the injured Matthew Morris?
Yeah.
Well, Matthew, as I think you probably might have picked up over the last couple of days, made a valiant attempt to field a ball at cover, and he sort of caught his elbow in it, his shoulder in it, and it popped out, didn't it? Popped out and popped back in again.
So I've heard, yeah. Unusual to see the skipper, James Kettleborough, not opening the innings though. So is that an indication that they are going to have a little bit of a dash for 10 overs maybe? Or, you know, I understand tea is about an hour's time. So are they saying, let's see where we are at tea? And
well, that's a great question. Well, we haven't seen any great signs of attacking intent. Maybe they're just having a little look to start with. So who's bowling at the far end? Is that Charlie Dunnett?
Looks like it's Charlie Dunnett. Yeah, it's going to come on at the far end.
So not Toby Greatwood.
Yeah, and it's obviously in Berkshire's interest to bowl as many overs as possible as well. So I can't see it being that long before we see Luke Bevan come on. And that field tightening up right around the bat, I think. That's why we've got fielders running around with pads on underneath their whites.
Yeah, so yet again, so we've got 3 slips, obvious first 3 slips, and then I don't know whether that's a sort of wide 5th and a half slip or a sort of
borderline gully.
We've got a point, we've got extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then on this occasion, a fairly fine leg, Tommy Sturgis, close to the umpires, close to the groundsman's hut.
Yeah, Charlie bowling at the opposite end to where he bowled most of his bowling in the first innings. Look, I was particularly impressed by him in the first innings. Bowled a really heavy ball. He uses his height really well at the crease, doesn't he?
Yeah, indeed. And he is bowling round the wicket. So he's spearing it in at Mr. Morris.
Very similar to the way Liam Hurt was bowling.
Yes, yeah, just before, yeah. I mean, he was hurtling in Liam Hurt.
Oh.
And we talked about it. And the spelly bowl last night, 12 overs on the spin, charging in, bowling with more pace than I've seen, and with a longer run-up than I've seen for a long, long time. And that was pretty impressive, wasn't it?
Especially from this pavilion end. He was borderline on the sight screen where he was starting, wasn't he?
He was.
Yeah, you've seen a lot more NCCA than I have. But from what I've seen this season in particular, it's got to be the quickest bowling spell I've seen by a long way.
I've seen plenty, and it definitely was. It definitely was.
One down the leg side there, and shall we say a little bit of an appeal, but are we going to hear quite a lot of appealing this afternoon, I think, at some point, aren't we?
Well, probably, but I'm not sure I've got Berkshire down as a team that are that noisy, and I personally think it brings the game into disrespect if you're appealing for everything. I'd much rather get a few well-targeted appeals when you really think it's out, or you might have a chance.
There was definitely a couple on Monday where, when you look back on the stream, though, they were good 6 inches to a foot away from the bat. Not that I spend my time looking at streams and
Of course not.
seeing everything else that goes on.
Of course not. Of course not. So Charlie steaming in. As you say, he bowls a heavy ball that sort of found its way down the leg side. Would have been a wide on Sunday, I think, that one.
It most definitely would be. Most definitely would be. I think it's probably set the tone of what we're going to see here in terms of 3 slips and a gully for most of the afternoon as a minimum now. And I can't see from what the way Staffordshire has started. Like you said, it doesn't look as though that dash is going to be something from day one, from the very start, does it?
No. Now here's the thing: the side screens have just been split. I think that's Luke Bevan has had to run out from his fielding position at sort of cover.
He ran a long way to do that, didn't he?
Yeah, why didn't... oh no, that wasn't Luke Bevan. I think that's probably why.
Oh, it's Toby Greatwood.
Yeah, it's Toby, who I'd definitely be picking in a running race over Luke Bevan. Yeah, they just parted the sight screen slightly. So, 2 overs gone at no score.
Yeah. I'm not going to say anything about dashing anymore now.
Well, actually, that's... Oh, sorry, 1 run. 1 run.
Yeah, the scorers have just kept up there. No, but I'm just looking around the cloud as well. Yeah, hopefully it stays dry. I think the forecast is dry for the rest of the afternoon. We've dodged a couple of showers just before lunch, which were just on the other side of the golf course.
Yeah.
So I think we've got away with that again. Talking to Andy, the groundsman, he thinks we're okay for the afternoon.
Well, I would trust him. He would know better than anyone, I think.
Yeah.
So, as Tommy Sturgis runs in, just want to... I don't know if everyone pays attention to what's going on in the wider cricket world, but last night we were out at a local hostelry called The Sportsman, which is about a 5-minute walk from the hotel, and we had a very fine Indian meal. There seems to be a thing for this part of the world. The pubs just create fantastic Indian food, so we had that, and we were watching the cricket. Can you believe?
What else?
Having spent the whole day watching cricket we went out, and there's a single, so that doubles the score. And we were watching Surrey playing Durham at the Oval in the quarter-final of the Blast, and it looked to all intents and purposes as if there might be a bit of a challenge on. And I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but I saw that someone had said that Sam Curran had gone for a few runs, which actually turned out he hadn't.
Yeah.
But they said he'd gone for a few runs, so I said to the guys, well, if he's gone for a few runs, he'll get a few runs. He's that sort of cricketer.
He is.
And he played a fantastic innings along with Dom Sibley, and they knocked off 162 for 8, I think it was, with 5 wickets in hand. So that puts them in the final stay.
They're just borderline a little bit invincible at the Oval, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a good place to go. If you haven't been lucky enough to spend an evening at the Oval, it's a great ground to watch. It's relatively easy to get to from Vauxhall Tube Station or Oval Tube Station. There's good food and drink in the ground. It's a good viewing ground all the way around, and as you say, some top class players on show.
And it's the very, very first test ground that I went to when I was 11 years old.
Who was playing?
England versus the West Indies.
Okay. Can you remember the year?
1980-ish, 80, 81. It was my first year it was a grammar school. I went to a grammar school, but the equivalent of high school.
Okay.
And we had these day trips at the end of every summer term, like a lot of schools do. And I was lucky enough to jump on a train.
4 runs.
From Lime Street in Liverpool, go down to the Oval and watch my first day's test cricket ever. And to this day I say that's why I'm doing what I'm doing now and why I'm watching it. That's it.
Fantastic. So England West Indies, who would have been the star players then? Clive Lloyd?
There's only one player I can remember, and that's Clive Lloyd, full stop.
Yeah, well, he, of course, was a big Lancashire man, so you would look out for him anyway.
I've been hit for 6 by Clive Lloyd.
You're not the only one that says that.
Yes.
Clive Lloyd, so I'm a Lancashire lad as well, and we used to go to, my first test match was Old Trafford. We used to go and watch Lancashire play there occasionally, and Lancaster Cricket Club a few years later used to get to Lancashire Cup final, so we know Old Trafford pretty well. And the likes of Clive Lloyd, Harry Pilling, who else was in
Bumble.
there? Bumble, yeah, David Lloyd, yeah. Years before that, actually, I saw the last time that Fred Truman bowled in a Roses match. I think was at Old Trafford in sort of mid to late 60s. Absolutely brilliant.
It's changed a little bit since then, hasn't it, Old Trafford, to say the least. I was up there a couple of weeks ago to very specifically with an NCCA link. I went to see Lancashire play Worcester.
Oh yeah.
And Tommy Sturgis, who's running in here for Berkshire, was due to play for Worcester, but they rested him that day. But Tom Hindley played.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's a mystery spinner.
He's definitely a mystery because I can't pick it. And I think it's fair to say that Worcester gave Lancashire a bit of a shock, again, like they gave a lot of people a shock with those NCCA players, because Fateh was playing. Who else was playing now? I'm just trying to think. Tommy was on the bench, Tom Hindley was playing. And they've just given players a go, haven't they, from the NCCA, which I thought was fabulous.
Well, it seems to me that that's the sort of thing, I don't want to presume to tell people how to do their jobs, but we would definitely be a place to come and have a look. To pick some talent out to do a job, and those two lads that you mentioned have done well. There's another one I think we'll be playing tonight, Harrison
Mr. Ward.
So it's the Sussex Sharks against the Lancashire Lightning at Hove tonight under lights, 7.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Harry's just had his white ball contract extended for Sussex.
Yeah, I think that's the case. Well, he's been successful this year. He played in the game. He actually played for the NCCA Challengers under lights at Hove earlier in the season, just before the blast started.
That's
we
right.
Had a super evening down there. The hospitality from Sussex, Paul Farbrace and co was excellent. We were well received. The crowd, there were about 3,000 in the ground. I don't think they paid, but they've been encouraged to come along, and I think we fell about 20 short. But a good game of cricket. It
was, and gave it a really good go, and it showed the best of what the NCCA and the Challenges is all about, didn't it?
Yeah, some great fielding. The whole thing was very good. So, just to add to that, the Sharks are playing the Lightning tonight, then the Steelbacks are playing Somerset tomorrow night, and then finally the Bears play Gloucester on Friday evening. And the other cricket that's coming along fast is the third test against Sri Lanka, which starts at the Oval on Friday.
It does, and I'll be keeping very close eye in particular on one player playing for the Bears on Friday, I think it is.
Okay, who's that?
A gentleman called Zach Fowkes.
Okay.
A New Zealander who has been over playing for Lytham in the Liverpool competition Div 1. Lytham.
As in Lytham St Anne's?
You got it. And he was picked out from there by Warwickshire to play in the Blast, and has done a good enough job that they've got through to the quarter-finals, and they've said, we want you back.
Brilliant.
Bowler and batter, he's been a huge asset up at Lytham. Friends of ours and friend of the pod, Matt Taff is his skipper. He just could not speak more highly of him, and they ain't getting him back next year. I'll be pretty surprised at that, because he's already started to make a little bit of a name for himself, and obviously if he has a good night on Friday at Warwickshire, you'll be here a bit longer for the finals.
Excellent. Well, that's the sort of quality problem you want. I mean, any club developing players, male and female players, you take a lot of pride in their development and follow them with interest, and you just want them to make their way, which of course is what happens in club cricket. It's what happens in NCCA cricket. It's what we're about, giving young players an opportunity. Some of our listeners won't know that 8 of our players in each game, if you add their ages together, has to be less than 200. So we're
a young group.
And also 8 of our players have to play, either be born, educated, or play Premier League cricket within the county that they play for. You're allowed 3 from outside, which means you get sort of fairly local teams, which has to be good, really.
Yeah, most definitely. You can see it across the counties. The spread of the ages has just changed so much over the last 5 to 10 years because of those rule changes, hasn't it? All of a sudden you are getting lots of 18, 19, 20, 21 year olds playing NCCA, and you are going to get some of the more experienced players coming in still, but they are only a small number now compared to what might have been 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, and because of the construct, if you want to put it that way, there has to be refreshing, because if you were to achieve the sort of under 25 piece of it, then certain players, everyone's getting older, so you need to bring new players in. And I think there was probably a time years ago when it was a good quality cricket, but some of the players came out of the first class game and sort of it was an easy place to rest, and teams got old and the opportunities for young players weren't as many, and we really are about giving those guys an opportunity. And that's why the challenges is there as well.
All about development, isn't it? And it was quite clear early in the season, in particular in the NCCA T20 and in the 50 over, where you could see players from the first class counties who are ex-NCCA coming back and using it almost as a training session. But it's a bloody good training session, isn't it, to say the least, and actually getting match practice, playing for their own county. And there's a lot of pride in that for them, because they've come through the system, a lot of them, and they're still allowed to play there. And then off they go and do their little bit of white ball for whichever one of the first class counties is.
Yep. Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, I've been involved in NCCA cricket for a relatively short period of 4 years, but what I have seen from there is a lot of passion, a lot of pride, a lot of togetherness, and a lot of wanting to play for one's county, even if one has gone on. That's got to be a good thing. So what's happening in the cricket then, Ian? Where are we? How many overs?
We've had 4 overs and it is 6 for none. But we have had a change in the field, and we've seen it coming. We've predicted this one, because to see someone running around with pads under their whites, it's coming at some point.
Particularly if they're standing at extra cover.
Correct. So does this tell us that Mr. Sturgis is now going to start pitching it a little bit shorter?
I think he's going to give the option anyway, make the batsman think that there's a possibility that the short one's coming, because there are 4 slips and again 3 and a sixth maybe.
Yeah, I think we know Tommy's got that short ball in him without a shadow. That's why he was taken to Spain last year with the NCCA side. He was a little bit of an enforcer for them to start with, wasn't he? Putting that ball a bit shorter on the AstroTurf at Cartama. Yeah,
it can be hard to play that if you get it on the right length.
Yeah.
On the other hand, at Cartama, as we've seen, if you just miss your length, it can disappear. Well, that's a Chinese cut.
Yeah, and I think what Tommy learnt at Cartama last year, I saw very much when he was bowling on Monday here. Monday and yesterday. Yeah. He's learned to swing the ball prodigiously, to say the least. And, he was moving it a hell of a lot in the first innings, and I think bowling maybe potentially not quite the right length a lot of the time. But when he got it right, it was missing the bat all the time. Hopefully, in this innings for him, he's going to get it on the length that Mr. Lincoln's obviously telling him to get it on.
Yeah, well, he's a wicket-taking bowler. We saw it. He got 5 for 80, I think it was, in the first innings.
And bowled a lot of overs by his standards.
Yeah.
Although when he told me there was a lot of overs...
20 overs, was it?
23. When he told me it was a lot of overs, I said, well, Hurty did bowl 12 on the bounce yesterday. And he's a lot older than you, so come on now.
Yeah, I'm sure he's the sort of lad that would rise to a challenge. So 7 for 0, courtesy of that rather dubious Chinese cut.
5 overs gone, which means we're probably about 50 overs left still. This is going to become an attritional game in one sense or the other, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, directionally, it's not looking like Staffordshire are going to open their shoulders anytime soon and make a go at this, because the scoring rate's already increasing at a fairly dramatic rate. So what started at 7 and over, if you imagine there's 50 overs to go,
7.5
it's
plus.
now already 7.5 plus, and that's a big ask. It's a big ask, particularly, I know it's not very far straight, but if you want to hit it square for 6, I mean, Danley can hit 2 enormous sixes, but he's a strong lad. But it's a fairway square, certainly on the far side of the ground.
Especially when I can't see it being that long before Luke Bevan comes on for A, for a change of bowling, but B, they're going to get through the overs quicker as well. And we are talking about 50 to 55 overs, and that is the minimum. When we started at 1 o'clock, there had to be 54 overs minimum before 5, and then 17 after 5 as a minimum in the last hour. So they could get Ewan Woods and Luke Bevan at either end, get through some overs quickly and just see what happens there. It could also just tempt Staffordshire a little bit.
Could do. Well, I mean, Ewan Woods is a wicket taker as well. We saw from the different cricket, of course, but the Challenger's game at Uppingham, he made a bit of a mess of the Leicestershire top order there, didn't he?
Oh, hang on a minute. Everyone made a mess of Leicestershire that day.
Yeah,
As
they
I
bounced
pointed
back.
out to one or two people.
Yeah, no, but I know the podcast on your excellent podcast that you had a conversation with Tom Lambert a couple of weeks ago,
Yeah.
and Tom, Tom wasn't fooled. It probably just caught Leicester cold a bit that day, and they came out very strong the next day. There were some very fine cricketers, no doubt about that.
Yeah, was still look back on this season and look back at Dan Lincoln taking Ray and Ahmed for 3 sixes though, and think that's what the Challengers is all about.
Oh yeah, that was definitely a good moment, all three.
And then Sam Young rocking up the day after,
Yeah.
and scoring runs at Grace Road, and that Leicester were on their home patch then. They knew what they were doing then, but they were still able to put the runs on.
Yeah, he's a good player, Sam Young. I hope we'll see him in Spain. Hasn't played quite so much NCCA cricket later in the season because he's been with his club Bath, and I think they were trying to make an attempt at the Nationals, but where did they fall short? Semi-final?
They fell short in the quarterfinals, so they didn't get to regional finals. They got beat by. Now you're testing me.
I thought they played Brentwood away.
Oh no, that was the club championship.
Oh, that
Sorry,
was the club championship.
sorry,
Oh,
yeah,
right.
not the T20. Yes, they got beat by Brentwood in the semi-finals of the club champ. Although, to be fair, I do feel for Bath a little bit in the way the draw went. They by the time they'd got to the semi-final and gone to Brentwood, they'd done 1,100 miles.
Oh my word!
Penzance was a relatively close trip for them. They had Penzance, they played Brentwood, they played one of the other sides down in Surrey. They had a lot of driving to do.
Yeah. Now let's just find out from Kieran, because we did promise the result of the cake competition. If
Oh,
we can attract
lemon
us-
drizzle, it's got to be.
No. What? Was it lemon drizzle? Oh, lemon. I think Logie's fixed that. I reckon.
No,
he's
I'm
got
happy with that. I'm very happy with
He's
that.
got his mates to. 53% lemon drizzle out of 4. Well, they were comfortable winners. Obviously, if you get more than half the marks, you're going to win. But that. Okay, so well done, lemon drizzle.
Yeah, my wife will be extremely happy because she knows that's my favourite.
Absolutely delicious they were, the cakes here. I can already see the afternoon and those lovely scones. And I think, what was it, 50-50 on scones and scones?
What's a scone?
No, scone. You're
It's
a
a
northerner.
scone.
It's a scone, isn't
It's
it?
a scone.
Yeah. So we've just redone. It was 50-50. So the two of us have just redone the poll, and it's now 100-0. So scones they are.
There's no question. This scone and bath lot, I just can't get on with it.
Right, Tommy Sturgis bowling to the left-hander, who has very ably clipped that down to the long leg boundary, fine leg boundary for 4.
That's the first boundary, I think, of the innings.
Yep. Oh no, there was one
Yeah.
bisected extra cover, so the second, I think.
Taking them Staffordshire to 11 for 0, though. What time is it now? I'm just looking at the clock. Still 40 minutes away from tea.
Yeah. It's 11 for 0 from 6.
Game feels a little bit...
It's flat.
Yeah, it needs something. It's the classic needs a wicket.
I think this could be what, sometimes when you're watching a test match and you think, oh God, this is never going to happen. And then all of a sudden a couple of wickets fall. I know we keep going on about this. And then all of a sudden there's an inexperienced batsman, or you maybe get a bit of luck.
Well, it did happen to Staffordshire in the first innings, didn't they? They lost a batch of wickets quite quickly, and that changed the course of the match, definitely. But this is a different ball game altogether now. They can sit in if they want to, or they can have a little bit of a dash at it.
Yeah. I mean, the good cricketers, I think if they choose to sit in, then it'll be quite tricky to bowl them out in 50 overs, 55 overs. So that's another single.
Yeah, I think the
Tom
question
Morris.
for the brains of Berkshire, Mr. Lambert, Mr. Lincoln, will be, at what point do we just really go for it with this field? And are we going to see one of those classic pictures that we see on Twitter and Instagram every now and again, where we see 8, 9 players around the bat, no matter what?
Which does beg the question: how many? Do you think it's likely there's going to be a nick? Have you seen balls that? I mean, they're all standing there,
but it hasn't gone there.
It hasn't gone there. Oh! Squared the batsman up a bit, probably a bit high.
And if I was to say anything about the position of the slips, I actually think they're starting to just creep a little bit forward as well. The angle that we're watching them from here, they just seem to be getting a little bit closer, which tells me they're not seeing as much bounce in the pitch.
Yeah, that's a good observation. I think it's quite easy to take your position from the wicketkeeper and stand in a sort of wide arc, but actually, often the ball doesn't quite make it. So. Reasonable pace there from Tommy Sturgis.
Yeah, Tom Moulton is definitely leaving the ball a lot more than he did in the first innings, and there was an impetus in his first innings where he was pushing for one, and he's absolutely rapid between the wickets.
Yeah.
There isn't that impetus right now in the slightest.
No. And you mentioned just before, Ian, that there was I say a clatter of wickets, but there was certainly a number of wickets went down quite quickly in the first innings, but that was from 163 for 3 overnight, and then it was the following day and 4 wickets went down quite quickly, and then the game changed. Well, we're a long way away from that. So. Now here's a debate.
Go for it.
I'm interested in your opinion. Actually, I'm interested in everyone's opinion, but I'm particularly interested in your opinion. 4 runs. That's a very handsome
beautiful
stroke. Handsome stroke. Good value for shots with the field as it is. So this competition, if it's a drawn game today, will be shared between the 2 counties. Now there was a vote last year because previously to that, the team that won the first innings, and bear in mind the first innings is restricted to 90 overs per side, so whoever won the first innings would have won the game had it been a draw and would be the champions. So where do you stand on that? Do you think this is a better form? I mean, there's a number of things that could happen within a game that we could talk about as to...
I think the difficulty in any league exec or any NCCA exec in terms of how you put the conditions out for the leagues, for the cup finals, for championship finals like this, the difficulty is actually very similar. The one thing we can never ever do anything about is that thing above us that unfortunately could mean that if you have 90 overs for each side and the first innings winner wins, well actually it could be 2 completely different 90 overs. You could have one bat on day 1, bright sunshine, hard track, lovely conditions, away they go and score 360 in 90 overs. Next day, cloudy but dry, humid, ball swinging like a banana, and a lot more difficult to bat. So it's a really tough one. I just think have a bowl out at the end and just sort it out between yourselves, boys.
Well, there's a number of variables, aren't there? I mean, whoever wins the toss when it's that sort of day has arguably had a random bit of luck or not. Oh my word, that's Luke Bevan's on now, and dropped that one a bit short.
Yeah, that was a bit of a warm-up ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. So the other thing is, so let's say you get to the first innings and you've got a bit of a lead, so you're ahead. It might not be a big lead, but you're ahead. So if the game is a draw, you know you're going to be the champions. Come in for the second innings, there's no real impetus. Well, no, impetus is the wrong word, but there's no real incentive to do anything other than bat and bat and bat. So you could bat for the next 2 days, and the other team don't even get a third innings, and you've won because you've drawn. I don't know whether that's in the spirit of cricket, really.
And that would be literally batting somebody out of the game. You could do it. It's a conversation that we have and moan and groan that we have on a weekly basis on the pod. Just trying to get the conditions right to suit everybody is physically impossible. However, I have a theory, and it's a very simple theory. I was very, very, very happy a couple of years ago to one of my first interviews, podcast-wise, was with a rather well-known gentleman called Mickey Arthur, the head coach at Derbyshire, Pakistani coach. He's done all kinds. And he made a really interesting point about the 100. He said, and bringing it, you'll see where I'm going with this. He said, why would we have a competition and conditions and rules and whatever else that goes with it that nobody else in the world plays? And off the record and off the interview, we extended that conversation to saying, well, there's nothing wrong with T20, 50 overs and 3-day or 5-day cricket, whatever it was. And I'm 55 years old. I've seen various changes of those conditions over the years, from the Gillette Trophy to the 40 over, was it on the Sundays?
Benson and Hedges,
you name it.
John Player Cup to start on 40.
We've been through it all. It's now been probably, I'm going to guess, 20 years since T20 started. I think it was 20th anniversary, wasn't it? And in those 20 years, the world, not just us, has stuck with T20, 50, and test match / 3-day, 4-day cricket, depending on where you are in the world. As a consequence, I'm a big believer, therefore, that the conditions and therefore the laws that go in towards the points for all of these should basically be pretty much the same everywhere as well, because it just makes life easier for everyone to understand. We all know that cricket's the most ridiculous game to try to understand if you come in from the outside. It's trying to explain it to anybody who...
Oh, that's the closest we've had to a wicket today. Probably argue that the batsman's got away with one there, although it wasn't. No hand went to it. It was sort of wide of third slip. Who dove?
Is it Luke Bevan at third slip? No, it's not.
No. I think it's Josh Lincoln, who, well, he's certainly a second slip, and third slip. He dove or dived high to his right, a bit like a goalkeeper, and indeed his brother, the captain, is a goalkeeper, but didn't quite land a hand on it. I don't think there's ever much chance he would, but
that is the first proper edge.
That is the first edge, first slip, you might say. Yeah, maybe he's just finding his range. Yeah,
just look back on the stream there, and that ball is just starting to move a little bit more for Tommy Sturgis there as well.
Yeah, 8 overs in. So you're thinking, if I'm right in picking up what you said, that it would make sense if everybody had the same sort of rules, conditions, and I guess you'd apply that to Premier Leagues throughout the country for the 50 over cricket, because the number of different arrangements that you have for, whether you have a mix of 50 over cricket and time cricket, what that time cricket looks like, how many bonus points you get, all of that is totally different, as it would be if a whole load of people at different times design the competitions.
Correct. And if also there was no diktat, is the only way to call it, from the powers that be at the top of the game to say, this is the way the game is played around the world, therefore, in very simplistic terms, this is the way we will play it through the leagues. And as a consequence then, I use my friends at Northern Cricket Club in Liverpool as an example. They've done exceptionally well this year. They're second in the Liverpool competition, which is a timed competition, but they are in the T20 national final and the Club Championship national final, which is a 40 over competition. But how difficult has it got to be to come from a pure timed league on a Saturday to a 40 over on a Sunday, or a T20, and they don't even play 50 over anywhere. They play none. So in terms of, look at the club trying to build up your squad. Do you bring in a load of players who are going to be dashes at the top end and score runs quickly, and then you've got plenty of time to bowl? Or do you bring in the guys who are going to bat it out? It's a really difficult question. It's something we're going to have a forum on sometime in the autumn with a number of captains from around the country, just to ask the question. But interestingly enough, when we put a survey out on Twitter, and this is the start of the season, April, May, we asked the question, the preferred format of club cricketers. 50 over came out top. Timed came second.
Okay.
T20 came third.
Okay.
Now, what we found really interesting there, in particular, of course, was all the media, all the press, mainstream media, mainstream press will always tell you that all the money is in short form cricket and doing things as quick and fast and hard as you can everywhere. That's not what the club cricketers were saying. They're quite happy to play 50 overs on a Saturday, but they want consistency, and that was the one comment that we kept getting from people. We want consistency. We don't want to go from, to use example, the Home Counties League to the Hertfordshire League and literally have to learn a whole new set of rules. I had a text message. This will fascinate you. I had a text message at the end of April, beginning of May, from a captain who's we're very close to one or two captains in particular around the country. We had a captain in the Cheshire League who texted me, and he just said, "Livo, I need help." So, what do you need help with? He said, "I need help with how the hell I manage a game going forward in the Cheshire Premier League this season." I said, "What are you going on about?" He said, "We changed the rules, we changed the point system." He said, "Have a look at the league table." So I looked online. The league table would not fit onto an A4 piece of paper landscape.
There were so many variables.
It was unbelievable. And then he said, "Well, it's actually the same as the Birmingham District Premier League." He said, so we put him in touch with a skipper down in that area so he could have a chat, etc. But the fact that a bright mid-20s, very clever young gentleman had to pick up the phone and send a text message to an old fogey like me and go, "I need help because they've changed the rules in such a way that I'm lost, to be frank." And that summed up to me where we could just make the game a lot easier, make it a lot easier to say the least. And let's bring it full circle back to this NCCA Championship final. Right now, if I'm a betting man, we're sharing this title between two sides.
Yeah, there's we reckon 40, 45, 46 overs to go.
Yeah.
No wickets have fallen.
Yeah.
Not really much prospect of the runs being knocked off, even though there's a bit of a flurry just in the last few minutes. But yeah, it's probably going to be a draw.
Is that satisfactory in this day and age to have a shared title? Now, obviously, if all the counties agree that that's what they're happy with, that's what they're happy with. But in this day and age of win-lose cricket for quite a lot of people, shall we say, the vast majority, in fact, and if you run a league table, if the NCCA didn't have a championship final, for example, if they just had a table of points through the through the season, you'd end up with someone at the top, full stop. Now, you could argue, if you added all of Berkshire's games together versus all of Staffordshire's games together this year, that would be like a normal cricket season.
You could, apart from the fact they're playing different people.
Exactly, and it's a real. Yeah, I feel for Richard Logan and the board and the conversations you guys all have to have about these things, because you can't win. No. It's as simple as that. You can't win.
No. Didn't nick that. So Luke Bevan bowling,
and we now have a short leg and a silly mid-off
and 2 slips. Goodness me. So this is just what we were saying.
Absolutely. This is what we want for the next 40 odd overs, to be frank. Indeed.
So Berkshire have earned the right to have the sort of aggressive attacking fields that you generally only find 1 over before tea in a test match.
Yeah. Well, it's the type that in the county championship you'll see with 5 overs to go when there's 1 wicket required. Yeah. Berkshire need 10. So what have they got to lose? I had a conversation with my skipper at my club a few years ago about this, and just said to him, look, when you're in this situation, what have you got to lose? The opposition don't look right now as though they're going to go bang, bang, bang. So why not just literally put everybody round the bat and make them do something? Yeah. Make them do something. And we're seeing another change here now. Ewan Woods is coming on at the opposite end. So we are going to have 2 spinners, which means we are going to have a short leg. Are we going to have a silly mid-off as well?
We've certainly got a short leg. Looks like we've got... Have we got a leg slip?
Leg slip, it looks like. Oh, no.
No, that's Josh Lincoln is now stepping out.
Yeah. So we are down to a leg slip, and Dan Lincoln in his... Having been around the challenges all year and watching the England NCCA guys win in Spain last year, I still find it strange watching Dan
not keeping wicket. Well, he's a good keeper, but there are others who need to be developed. He's obviously a little bit older than some of the others, and
it was the first game of the season, I think it was, at Devon. They played down at Instow Cricket Club, Berkshire. Yeah. And I know Instow Cricket Club because it's literally round the corner from Westward Ho, where I go every November for a week's holiday.
Right.
And I watched it on the stream, sorry, and I had to zoom in. I took a screenshot and had to zoom in just to work out that it wasn't Dan Lincoln keeping because it just looked so strange.
Yeah, it does. Well, Ewan Woods started off with a dot ball, but that was a touch short, and it was dispatched
by Tom
Moulton for 4, which takes him up to 18 from 36. So he's on a strike rate of 50.
Coincidentally, Ewan Woods started exactly the same way as Luke Bevan did, dot ball and then a long hop to be slapped for 4.
Yeah, I don't know. We're not feeding them runs. I say we. It's not we at all, but Berkshire aren't feeding them runs to make it happen. Oh, that's out. That is out. I was in a better position than the umpire, but that was out.
That'll be an interesting one to watch back on the stream.
So that was, you don't see that happen very often, but the ball was struck, touched the fielder's hand, deflected, and I'm pretty. What did you see there, Ian? We have the benefit.
The umpire was in the way at the. This might be a better angle.
We have the benefit of. Don't know, maybe not. If there's any doubt, then it's not out.
I would definitely be creating the shape of a screen if I was on the pitch. I want to have a look at that one again.
Well, we've got Kieran looking, but see, here's the thing. If you're an umpire, you have got the blink of an eye. There was no time to react to get to the side, and unless you are certain it's out, it's not out.
Absolutely.
So even with the benefit of technology, I'm not sure quite yet that we've got a definitive view on that.
I think that would be one that if we were watching a first class or an international game on TV, that one would be probably replayed by the officials about 15 times to work it out. It was that close.
Oh, absolutely. You know the blink thing, that you just get a blink, get a blink of an eye.
But I'm a big believer in gut, and your immediate instinct
was out. Yeah, but then a bit wrong before. Oh, that's horrible. Ooh. That's almost a beamer.
That was almost a no ball from a spinner for above head. It was high.
I think he got away with one there.
Oh, here we go. We're getting another
look in slow motion, do we?
Ewan definitely got his hand to it.
That's out. I was right. I think Kieran's fingers going up. I think they got away with one there. But again, we are in no way criticising the officials there. He may well not even have been able to see because could have been someone in the way. It was just a tricky one. But I had a very good angle on that, not side on, but a very good gut angle, and
it's one of those jobs. I mean, I've chatted to the two umpires quite a lot over the last few days, and it's one of those jobs that I could never do in a million years myself, because the speed that they have to look at so many different things.
Yeah, there's lots to think about. So that's just struck, pushed gently, really, more than anything else, through the covers for a couple. I really do get the sense that the number of runs on the scoreboard is a little touch irrelevant unless something amazing happens. Bevan bowling.
Well, at 32 for none after 11 overs. Strike rates of the opening batters
less than 50.
Less than 50.
Yeah, I mean, there is one very positive thing about this innings, and that is that the batsman on strike was pretty nasty injury the other day, actually. When your shoulder pops out and back, there's a danger that you're going to have some sort of muscle damage for a while. And the fact that he's playing today is very, very encouraging, because he'll be an integral part in the fixture that's hopefully going to happen at 1 o'clock on Sunday in Chester Bolton Hall.
Is that how we decide the championship final? Shall we say? Should we say that? Can we convene a quick board meeting? I think we've just called it. Quick board meeting.
Well, decide the outcome of a 4-day game by virtue of a 20-over match. Are pretty good. Now, there's a young chap just coming to say hello, and I think we should mention him. He's wearing a red top. It's Mr. Cox, club manager here, a famous West Bromwich cricketer's son, and he's wearing a red top with 3 coloured cars on them: green, blue, and orange. And he's a very, very well-behaved young man, lovely blonde chap.
Yeah, there's been a couple of youngsters around this week who've been fabulous to have around, just enjoying being around the cricket ground all the time.
Yeah, that's the way it should be. Although
Nice to see some of the Staffordshire families up here as well. I've seen the Kettleboroughs with their little one, and we've had Tom Brett's had his daughter, I think, is over there as well. And
Liam Hurt, I think.
yeah,
Family's here.
yeah. A little bit more local for a lot of those guys than it is for the Berkshire guys, obviously.
Yeah.
There's 12 overs gone then, and it's now 32 for none. So we are looking at sort of 42 overs-ish left.
Yeah, 42 overs to score 350.
Although my calculations
8.5.
that could be quite a few more overs yet. So we're now at...
Well, we are bowling it fairly rapidly at the moment. With
Yeah, 3 o'clock.
Right.
So we've got an hour and 40.
Oh dear, that was
Almost took short legs head off.
That was Ewan Woods. That was as short a ball as you're going to find, but a fantastic piece of fielding. Not quite sure who that is down there. Oh,
we've got an hour.
Is that Bev?
Yes, Bev. We've
Bev,
got
what a great piece of fielding.
hour and 40 minutes left then, Jeff, before 5 o'clock. Hour and 40 minutes of cricket.
Oh, of cricket.
So
Okay.
it's 100 minutes of cricket plus the last hour. So we're talking 160 minutes. Yeah, it definitely feels like there could be more than 40 overs.
Yeah, well, 100. What did you say? 100.
160 minutes in total.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, particularly if we have these slow bowlers on.
They're pushing through them now, aren't they? Mr. Liam Hurt just walking in front of us, having bowled again another ridiculously fast spell when he came
Oh
out
dear,
today.
what's that? What was that? That must have been a no ball. So that was a double bounce no ball, which at this level of cricket you really don't see very often. I don't know. I think don't know what happened there. Maybe Liam's been pushed off balance by the deflection onto the stumps. Maybe it's hurt his fingers.
That was his left hand.
Oh right, there you go. Yeah, no, that was the bemused wicket.
He's bowled an almost beamer, a couple of long hops, and a 2 bouncer. And that one looked as though it was going to almost bounce twice as well.
He did.
That dropped right in front. Tom Moulton's looking as if to say, "What's going on here?"
He was almost yorked on the second bounce. Maybe it's a tactic. Well, Ewan is at least chuckling to himself because he knows that must be not quite the norm.
I've seen a few juniors do that this year, I must admit.
Yeah.
And that one bounced very short as well. Interested over this, Jeff, for not the right reasons.
No. Not quite sure I understand that. So we've had a no ball, so there's another one to come. 37 for naught. So the skipper's just having a chat.
Yeah.
I don't quite know what's happening here.
If there's any risk of injury whatsoever, and Ewan will be in the T20 side, I think, wouldn't he, for Berkshire
Yeah.
on Sunday? So they
Yeah,
definitely want to keep him fit.
Yeah, I mean, for any captains around or aspiring captains, if you've got a bowler that has maybe bowled 2 or 3 slightly unusual deliveries, not a bad thing just to wander up to him, calm things down. Oh dear, it's happened again.
And been smashed for 4 through mid-on by Matthew Morris.
Yeah. Well, whatever words of wisdom Dan came up with, they didn't seem to do the trick on this occasion. So,
Could they be lulling Staffordshire into a false sense of security here?
well, it could be that, or it could be that he's just not so used to bowling with a relatively new ball,
True.
which is sort of shiny and doesn't really have much purchase. Oh,
So he almost bowled a beamer in the previous over, and he has now officially bowled it straight to first slip without a bounce.
yeah, I don't know what's happening here. Got a feel for the bowler. Something has happened, and he definitely struggled with that over. Anyway, it's over, thank goodness.
It
He's
is.
probably thinking.
And so that was an over of 2-0, no ball, 0-1, 4, no ball, 0.
Yeah.
I'm looking over my shoulder at Richard Logan to say, have you ever seen an over like that before? Did you ever bowl a few like that?
Yeah,
That was singularly quite strange.
it was.
We'll soon find out if there's anything in it, because if Ewan's not back at the next over at this end, Luke Bevan's going to continue at the far end though.
It's sort of stick or twist, isn't it? So when you've had an over like that, you're maybe not feeling great. Do you want to get back on the horse straight away and put things right, or do you just want to have a little bit of a rest and then put it down to experience? These things happen, and then you give it another go. So this is another thing that doesn't happen very often, but umpire Steve Beswick is now gone to stand at point, because were he to be standing at square leg, the short leg fielder would be in his way and he wouldn't be able to see to give a stumping or whatever decision he has to make. So he's done the right thing, and he's popped over to the other side, get a few more steps in.
That short leg's very square therefore, isn't he? Very square.
Yeah. Can't make a decision if you don't know. Oh.
And I do wonder whether Luke Bevan is almost bowling it there. That's his plan. You know, he's put his short leg is very, very square.
Yeah, well, it's super aggressive. We got one slip right behind the keeper. Then a second slip. I mean, silly mid off is ridiculously silly, and short leg is very, very close. So any sort of nick onto the pad, and there's got to be a big chance of a dismissal.
I think the pace in the wicket though means that silly mid off and short leg have got to be that close at the moment as well. Whilst Liam and Tommy Sturgis and Charlie Dunnett from the far end seem to have got a bit of bounce out of it, I haven't seen exactly the same from the spinners getting much bounce at the moment. Coming towards the end of the 14th over then for Luke Bevan.
15 minutes till tea, I think, Ian.
15 minutes till tea.
Yeah, I've been told.
And that was a maiden from Luke, who's now bowled 4 overs for 6 runs. A little bit different to his colleague at the far end, who'd bowled 2 overs for 17, I think it was, Ewan Woods.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not surprised at this change. I've been waiting to see this guy come on to bowl. I was surprised he didn't open the bowling, to be honest.
Toby.
Yeah,
Toby Greywood, who, as we've probably overused the phrase, is a miserly bowler. What Berkshire want here, they're not really that bothered about the
they want wicket
scoring
takers.
rate. They want wicket takers, so they wanted to bowl a couple of jaffers and bowl into the left-handed Moulton.
And is immediately going round the wicket.
Yeah.
Well, Toby's had a good long break since he bowled in the first innings. Didn't need to bat. Not bowled here in the first 14 overs. He'll have a little bit of information coming in from him, from Tommy Sturgis, I'm sure, and from the other guys who've been around close to the wicket.
Toby's mum's a great supporter, so she comes out to Spain to watch the England 11 stroke challengers, and last year she found a yurt which was about, I don't know, 400 yards away from the ground, and sort of lived in a tent.
Wow. And was able to walk up each day.
Yeah. Oh dear, first one's gone for 4. Nicely played.
It was.
Just a little leg glance, tiny bit wayward. No, she. I don't know what.
I've not heard that story. I like that one.
No. It was quite an effort. We were well supported. I think next this October we'll be even better supported. I can highly recommend flying out to Malaga. Malaga's a great place. The airport's not too far from the ground. Malaga itself is a lovely city, and you get a lot of atmosphere and a lot of friendship, I think I'd like to say, from the people who come out to support. Yeah,
I think what we're hearing is that the numbers are quite large by any standards that could be going out, because friends and family, what Lambo has been telling us is they've all now got on board with this European cricket. They've enjoyed watching it from afar, and they're all saying, right, you know what, if I can have a week out in Spain, and it's a bit easier to plan this year because the England NCCA guys are straight into finals week, whereas last year okay, we expected to get through to the finals week, but you don't know when you come to your planning. This week it's definitive. This year it's definitive, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's valuable to have a qualifying week for the purpose of the squad, but you can't do that. The rules are the rules, and it works for the competition to have the reigning champions, if you like, not have to qualify. I mean, this year there are 32 teams. I think there are 11 teams playing in a competition to start with, which is a 5 and a 6. That's a separate competition.
Yeah.
Whoever wins that will sort of get promoted the
Promotion
following
and relegation.
year.
Yeah.
And then there are 4 groups of 5. 4 of those group winners will play in the finals week against our team. So there'll be 5 teams. They play each other twice at different times of day. Everyone will get some experience under the lights, and that's 4. Just whipped through to square leg. Takes the score up to, I'm going to say 49, but that's probably 53. 53 for naught. And then the finals day is a really good construct. So of the 5 teams, whoever finishes 5th goes home. First plays 2nd for the right to be in the final, and you get a repechage if you lose that, and you play the winner of 3v4. So
now that's a word I've not heard Mr. Maximo use. I'm going to text Vinny now, and I'm going to say it's no longer the qualifier, it's the repechage.
Okay, so
Vinny will like that.
He'll like that. Yeah. He's a great guy. He's got a fantastic personality. Does he commentate on about 4,000 games a year or something? It's a ridiculous number.
I just don't know how he does it.
It's a massive number. I don't. He just keeps going.
And the energy that he takes through every single game never changes.
Yeah, he's a delight. And actually, I think my favourite this last year was the European Women's Cricket Championship, which takes place the week before Christmas. This year I think it's something like the 16th to the 20th. Slightly different because it's a bit later in the year, so there's no floodlights and none of that razzmatazz. And I think this year there are two groups of 5. And last year he invited a number of our lady cricketers to go up and commentate with him, and they were fantastic.
They were
really, really good. Naturals, I would say.
Yeah, they were. I think it was Ria Fackrell went up and commentated.
It was. She was great.
I'm trying to think who else I saw. I don't think Kiara went and commentated.
No, she did.
Did she?
Yeah, Kiara had a go. Kiara's our captain of that team from Sussex. She's a very fine young lady.
I remember seeing Kiara at Wormsley earlier this season for when they did the kit launch filming for the challenges, and I'll never forget the face on Sam Young when he walked out in his kit. Far too tight, and Kiara's wasn't. And I don't know, there's bound to be a story, but the men's one looked a lot tighter than the women's one by a long way. It was almost as though they'd brought the men's one in a woman's size and the opposite way round, and Kiara found it hilarious.
Was that Logie's fault? Is he good with numbers? Maybe.
Yeah, he'll probably blame the supplier.
Who shall not be mentioned, Mr. Mansfield.
Absolutely.
Oh, he just wasn't.
So Luke Bevan continuing from that far end and continuing to be very, very, very Scrooge-like with his runs.
Yeah.
He's had great consistency right through the season, though, Luke.
He's just a very good player. He's particularly good in club cricket at Reigate. No longer playing there, but sort of player you want in your team for sure. Knows when to vary the pace. I mean, this game does need a wicket. If there are any neutrals here, and I don't think there are many today. I think there are more Staffordshire fans than a few Berkshire fans. But
you see, that's where I have a problem, don't I? I live in Staffordshire.
Right.
I've lived in Staffordshire now for 27 years. So you could argue that they should be my side. But with my Premier League cricket and National Counties Cricket Association hat on, and having spent a lot of time around a lot of the players from both sides, sitting on the fence.
Good, that's the right answer.
Which is something I don't do in life very often, as people know. But yeah, what am I here for? I was just excited to drive down today for one thing. I thought it was going to be a really good final day's cricket. and unfortunately we lost that first session due to the overnight rain here at West Bromwich, and in losing that session it might have just curtailed a bit of the fun, really, Jeff.
I think you're right, Ian. I mean, cricket is that sort of game. I mean, at the start of September, October time, or whenever the tickets come out, you buy your tickets for, I don't know, it's 100 or certainly for test matches or one-day internationals. Test matches, I mean, a one-day international or a 50-over game, you sort of know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
But in a test match, I mean, there's all sorts of things. You don't know who's going to win the toss. You're going to, the day, if you're lucky to go to more than one day, fine. But go to a day of a test match, quite expensive. You're going to see England bat, you're going to see the opposition bat, you can see a bit of both. Is it going to be the sort of day when Graham Smith gets 200 and you don't see a wicket fall and you come away at the end of scratching your head?
Yeah.
Or is it going to be the sort of day which happened years ago when England played West Indies? It was a Friday of a test match. The first ball of the day, England took a wicket, then England were bowled out, then West Indies were bowled out, and then I think Michael Atherton went in at the close, and my memory says 4 wickets fell, but they didn't. But we saw a bit of every innings, and every single ball of the day something was going to happen. Now, we were lucky. That was one of those days, and some days you rock up and it's all a bit soft. Not soft in an unkind sense. It's just, the momentum doesn't quite gather. And this match has had periods where there's been quite a lot of activity. The game's moved on, quite a lot of momentum. But just now, there's no real incentive for Staffordshire to do anything other than occupy the crease. So it's sort of in Berkshire's course, come and bowl us out is what they're saying. They're not going for it. They're not trying to risk it for a biscuit to try and win it outright. That's clear. They could have done. But 7 and over was always going to be a stretch. And now we're probably at, 8.5 or something?
Oh, absolutely. Well, we're now at, what time is it? We're at 17 minutes past 3, so we're 3 minutes from tea. We're going to come back at 20 to 4. You're going to have 80 minutes then before the last hour starts at 5 o'clock. I'm guessing 80 minutes. I can quite easily see Berkshire trying to bowl with the spinners 20 overs.
Yeah.
And really try to, maybe crowd. Maybe that's the spell that they'll put lots of people around the bat, have 20 overs of really trying to crowd in. Come on, Jeff, we've all seen it at 5 o'clock. We might be going, let's shake hands, boys.
Yeah. Okay, now that really does give us a challenge, and I think we need to get Kieran involved here, because there's a poll for the nation. We're being a bit optimistic that the whole nation's listening, but so the variables are, could they shake hands at 5 o'clock? They probably could, if a number of wickets fall. So here's the thing: how many wickets are going to fall today from now, and what's the score going to be? How many runs? It's 53 for naught at present. How many runs are Staffordshire going to get? Now, do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first? Or I'll tell you what, you go on runs,
you go on wickets,
and I'll go on wickets, and then you can reverse up, and then we'll see what people out there think.
I think what we need to do is say how many runs are going to be scored between the period after tea, so 3:40, till 5 p.m, because we don't know what's going to happen after that.
Okay.
So there'll be an 80-minute period from 3:40 till 5 p.m, and in that 80-minute period I'm expecting around about 20 overs to be bowled.
Okay.
And I'm guessing the runs will be about 70.
Wow. Okay, so have you got that, Kieran? We're saying between 3:40 and 5 p.m, how many runs and how many wickets? Yeah. So we've got a 75.
70.
We've got 70.
70 runs.
Okay. I'm going to go 75, and I'm going to go 2 down.
I'm going to go 4 down.
Okay, and to make it even better, I am going to donate a bottle of fine wine to whoever wins, either between the two of us or between anybody who pings in. So there'll be a bottle of wine for the number of runs, and there'll be quite tricky with the wickets. If somebody, because there could be more than one winner, okay. But if there's, we'll pull one out of a hat. So whoever gets the wickets right, if there's 3 or 4, then we'll do a random draw. So there's two bottles of wine going to whoever wins. Okay, I'll donate those. How's that?
Sounds good to me. So we're 5 runs apart on what we think will happen between 3:40 and 5, but I'm just thinking there might be a couple more wickets.
Right, so you're 70 for 4, and I'm 75 for 2.
Yeah.
We got that, Kieran?
In that 80-minute period.
Yeah, okay.
Now that's probably with my optimistic hat on, because I'm then thinking that if there's 4 wickets down, Dan Lincoln ain't shaking any hands.
Yeah. Well, let's see how we go. So actually, what's happening now? We're not in the game. We're just preparing for it. We're giving people a chance to make a vid, and they'll have to text in. You can't be wise after the event. If you want to be in the competition, you've got to make sure that Kieran here knows what you're doing, who you are, and what your score pitch is.
Ooh, that's one of the first ones that Luke Bevan's bowled, and has just gone out to short leg there. On the bounce, but it was one of the first ones he's bowled. And this is now Luke's 6th over, and he's given away 6 runs. And I think the umpire is coming in and flicking the bails off, and the umpires are saying, yeah, that'll do us.
Okay.
It is now 3:21. So we are going to come off for tea. I'm watching Tom Lambert, the Berkshire head coach, walk straight on with his fusion stumps to get ready for the very quick grab something to eat, boys, grab a drink, and then get out here, and we're going to get ready again.
Yeah. Well, Tom Lambert is the ultimate competitor, I can tell you that.
He is. Staffordshire boys the 2 batters are coming off, with Tom Moulton 22 not out and Matthew Morris 27 not out. And the score at tea after 18 overs is 53 for none.
Which is marginally below 3 and over. So I think the intent was clear. So I don't know. I was never a great one for eating tea when I was keeping wicket. I always thought that was a bad thing to do. So I just wondered, like, this could be the sign if young Dan, maybe his style is to eat just to give himself some energy. But
No, I think he's looking through the window to see what there is for tea first.
Yeah. So he's in there.
Ever the professional, Mr. Lincoln, wanting to know if it's going to be what he wants or not.
Well, the food, as we've said before, has been rather fine. There's some great looking cakes over there, so good stuff. So should we just have a pause for 20 minutes and then
We shall.
Come back for the next session, which could, I suppose, be the final session. But strange things have happened. You know, if you think of it, in a club game, you know, an hour and 20 and 20 overs,
We've all
many is
seen
the
it.
time when 10 wickets are fallen.
We've all seen it in club games where absolute madness happens, or as my colleague in the podcast, Hugh, likes to call it, carnage. He loves a bit of carnage. Let's see what happens, but we'll see if we can get that little competition out onto the socials as well, and we'll share it from ours, and we'll just see if everybody's listening, shall we?
Let's do that. All right, good to talk. We'll see you later.
Let's get back in himself, I think. Alright, you see this place at lunchtime? You might not like the chili. We had chili first day, and curry yesterday, which you ate. But I think you may like the thing with beef, sausage chicken with beans today. That's from MGM. MGM. I see what well. Fair to him. We offered to pay them, and they said, don't know how to sell it. So, I think it's probably a good try. This is a margin. See it today. Is it here today? No. Oh, no. Yeah. It's not made to feel well. They are well. You see this company, no? Don't speak to Ken. Ken's the nicest guy in the world. He's the most inoffensive, nice guy. And he won't speak to Ken, so he doesn't get that. Spanish feeling good with the wash. They're filming this one. They show this food. Be careful. See Andy Bentley over there. Last year was ours. Honestly, yeah, well, I'm not joking. People commenting on his backside. On the stream, his arse went viral. Excuse his expression. I know he's bending back way. Good job it wasn't. Yeah, no, he's bending the right way. He's doing the right way this time. Yeah, he's told of it. Yeah. It's always good to have his advice, I think.
I'll try to get up the great job.
Well, he helps at hard one, doesn't he? He does something at hard. Give out a few words in it. Never say to actually blow dry. It goes absolutely. Probably around the blow dry.
Old Dutty men going to the wickets. Old Grumpy Bears going to the wickets.
Here, well, the Rugby fans do it. The Albion fans. Cocaine and lots in there, apparently. No, they're really hard. Yeah. Lee says not the rest of the start. It's not very many of us. No, it's the Albion fans. Here's the thing with football fans. I didn't realise it is. My innocence, I smell the odd bit of weed floating about occasionally. It's part of the voice, not not a pleasant experience. As soon as I saw something like a chasing, I thought, no. We better repeat it.
Jamie, take care, mate.
I'll see you before the end of the season.
Yeah, take care, mate.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Guys, rubbish lads, and I'll take them to the bins.
That's good. He's not good.
Yeah.
Everybody gets tickets for every game.
So they listen to us at the start.
Well, I think what they listen to is their wallets, because they have a lot of money.
Yeah.
People pay with their fees.
Yeah.
They want to sit with their mates. They want to be organising.
It's all about yeah.
All 17 players. And nominated seats.
Yeah.
They're trying to
Yeah. It gives them something to do, don't it? Don't they put all the seats in?
Well, they try to kind of do it.
I've had a busy day already.
also there's a chap from Russian Road and he's joined Warwick. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yes. Yes.
You said you've been recently.
Yeah. You have been brief.
Yes.
Nice, Reese, lad.
Well, yeah.
You're not doing anything wrong, but there is a moral element to it. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Well, they're some of the that's right. Well, Mark, when I first came to it, Late Tom was in the championship. take care of you. After that, 32. What's that? 37. 37. Oh, no, that's 37. That's now up to 1 off pass. FA Cup season for a game season, I looked like we're going to go ahead and agree with this. Because I thought it was the third, the FA third league club.
I don't think right. Well, I thought it was more.
No, I should get. No, I think we should. No, I think we should. Anyway, I don't know, Kev. I think it might be that way. And take all the expenses to
No. Yeah, they bring a lot of people who have had serious injuries. Yeah.
bakery over there. That's the bakery. That's not bad. To be fair, that is bad. That's good. Be careful around here saying that, because I do sniff up the back. Might be off with something.
Crashing down to earth at home. Double burst very quick. Madsen got runs in both ends.
Good afternoon. Hello, Ian.
Hello again, Jeff. Back here after a little bit of an extended break over tea and getting some fresh air. And the game's moved on a little bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, in the last 10 minutes, a couple of wickets fallen. Last one at 84, 95 for 2. Captain James Kettleborough has come to the crease. We might have expected to see him up first, but here he is. The bowlers have mysteriously, but towards a part of the captain's art, have changed ends, and that seems to have worked. Both Rhys Lewis and Luke Bevan taking a wicket. Good catch by the keeper, and probably not the best leave we've ever seen. So runs are now irrelevant, apart from, if you remember, the little competition that I'm having with Ian and anybody who chose to participate. The number of runs scored in 80 minutes and the number of wickets leading up to 5 o'clock. Now, I am fairly keen that the score rises to 128, and Ian is fairly keen that the score rises to 123 or there and thereabouts. So I think at the moment he's ahead. I said 2 wickets, he said 4, so 2 have gone down, but there's plenty of time for more. And I think if a couple more wickets fall in the next 20 minutes, the last hour, or 17 minutes, whichever's latest, so there will be a minimum of 17 overs, could be quite entertaining.
I think that's the key, isn't it? That's where I was coming from, that I thought there might be a few more wickets before 5 o'clock. And, you know, let's be brutal about this. the Berkshire boys are then going to just want to really put the nail down, aren't they? They're really going to want to have a go at it. Because if there's 4 wickets down, as I suggested, there may be, still a long way to go there, but if 4 wickets down, you're into your number 6, and all of a sudden you're starting to think, what's coming next? And it's a different ball game for a middle order batter going in effectively to bat out 17 overs, isn't it?
Yeah, with players around the bat at the moment, the batsman's surrounded. Okay, so we've got 2 slips, we've got silly mid off, we've got a short leg, and then we've got a few out, effectively saving time when the ball's hit, really.
Yeah.
That one's just beaten point for 2 runs.
And I think I mentioned it before, T, that I don't think there's quite as much pace in the wickets as there might have been earlier, because you look how close those slips and that silly mid off and that short leg are. We can see it from the pavilion, but when you look on the stream, it's so clear how close they are to the bat as well.
Yeah, very, very close indeed. But I mean, James Kettleborough would be the sort of guy you'd want in to save, well, to win a game, but also because he's so skillful to save a game. So I think the secret from Berkshire's point of view might be to winkle him out. Anyway, he's just gently dabbed that down for a single, so he's moved up to 15 quite quickly. I'm very happy that there are a few runs scored in the next quarter of an hour. Yeah, and my record was 3-0 against Logie, so if I'm 0 for 1 against you, I'll be a bit disappointed.
But yeah, I'm just looking at James Kettleborough's strike rate, actually almost 100.
Well,
he's actually flying compared to the rest of the team at the moment.
I'm neither going to confirm nor deny that I had a conversation with him before he went out.
You see if he'd have opened the bat in. No, don't go there.
Well, he's the captain, he can do what he wants.
He is, and I think what's really key for Staffordshire in particular is, by his own admission, he's not had the best of runs before this game. I think I'd read something about he scored 6 runs in 4 innings or something really ridiculously small. But then he scored his 50, was it in the first innings?
Yeah, 65 I think.
And he looked a lot more comfortable, and almost the perfect opportunity then for him to come back in again. And just he can bat time here, can't he? Just bat as long as he wants.
Yeah, and he'll also have an eye on Sunday because he's another fierce competitor. Very calm on the outside, but he'll be desperately keen to bag a trophy there. He knows he's not going to win this one. He might have a share of it, but there's a big chance to win at Chester on Sunday, and they'd have to beat Berkshire, so he'll have an eye on that. He won't want to surrender any initiative to any of these bowlers. Why would he? Absolutely.
I think the one result that's definitely off the table right now, there is the one that I thought may come, and that is the tie. I just fancied a tie.
Well, a tie and a Staffordshire win, they're definitely off the table. But so a draw and an outside chance. I wonder what the swingometer thing that you see on the television would show. You'd have to say there's a chance that Berkshire would take all of these wickets. It's not a very big chance, but it must be a chance.
Yeah, I think right now we'd be looking at a 85% chance of a draw.
Yeah, maybe even 95.
Yeah, I am an optimist. I am ever the optimist, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But then, we came in at tea. There were no wickets down. There were a lot of people in the pavilion looking at each other saying, should we pack up and go?
It's the famous dynamite scone.
And then here we go. We've got 2 wickets and there's a little bit more interest around the game.
Yeah. Bowler's changed ends. That's a lovely shot for 4. That's just guided for 4 by James Kettleborough.
He can have a bit of a net here, can't he, really?
Yeah, just back with a square. It's actually, if you get a few balls like that, it's sort of easy runs. Because there's no one going to field it. It's whether or not you can show the maker's name, not make a mistake. There's so many people desperate to catch the damn thing.
And the outfield's still pretty quick.
There you are, that's short, and he's hit that for 4. This is going marvellously well. That's another 4, I think, so that's good. So that takes the score up to 111, is it?
Yeah, it's that score.
Yes, someone will be jumping up and down. David Shepherd?
Yeah. I wonder if Steve Bezic will be the jumper up and down out there now.
Well, here's the thing. There are 15 minutes to go, and if I'm to win the goodies, then we need another... It's only another 17 runs.
13, that was another 4.
Huh? Oh goodness, there's another 4. Marvellous. Oh, we've got to pay attention, haven't we?
Another 4. What's James doing here? He's all of a sudden got 29 off 20.
Oh, I know. I've got the answer. Dan Lincoln, 39 off 10.
37 off 11 balls.
37 off 11. Well, if two can play that game.
You think he's going to do it for the next hour, though?
No. Toby Greatwood is just wandering off. He has shown me his ankle, which is the size of a golf ball.
Yeah.
So he apparently it happened some sort of golf injury.
There's very little chance of him bowling again this afternoon by the looks of things.
No, that would definitely explain why he's not bowled so much today.
Yeah, I think he actually went on because somebody needed a bathroom break, though. That's the only reason he went on, just as the 12th man. There's quite an interesting conversation going on between him and Lambo and an unnamed player on the pitch about who's going to go on.
Yeah. So in the context of the game, if they continue to score at 16 and over, they're going to win.
I'm loosening up. It's getting exciting. Or it could get close to a tie.
It could do. 1-1-5 for 2. If it makes 1-2-8 for 2, then I'm on double money, and I'll be emptying your virtual wallet.
Absolutely. Well, here's a change of bowler at the pavilion, and we've got Charlie Dunnett coming back.
Charlie Dunnett, yep. Tall blonde. Keeper standing up to Charlie Dunnett.
Yeah, interesting that they've gone from having the 2 spinners on and clearly getting through the overs really, really quickly that way. Now just gone back to Charlie. Who else is out there who could bowl? Tommy Sturgis could come back and bowl, obviously, still.
Yeah, although he was employing some modern gadget in his groin as a precautionary measure, so maybe it's more likely we'll see more of the spinners. Good hands from down there, leg slip.
Yeah, really good hands standing up to Charlie Dunnett there. He's putting it through at a decent rate, isn't he?
Mm. Dan O'Driscoll behind the stumps.
Obviously we've got Dan Lincoln.
Dan's everywhere you look.
First slip, very, very narrow first slip.
yeah.
Almost a backstop.
Yeah, but statistically, more balls go in that. Oh,
look at that, right through between Dan Lincoln and third slip, fourth slip almost, that nice big gap there.
Yeah, which begs the question. Well, interestingly, the catchers are in a bit of a ring, so there's first slip, gully, then there's a sort of point in a catching position, then there's a sort of short mid-off and, well, too short. Sorry, how do you describe those? It's short cover and short extra cover, really.
Yeah.
Now, they must know something.
But the first 3 balls that Charlie's bowled have all been forward of a length.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to just pitch it up there a little bit on the half volley. Maybe just trying to get that missed shot out to those cover fielders.
Yeah. Well, knowing Tom Lambert as I do, he's incredibly well prepared, him and his teams, for when we go to Spain. He knows anything about all of the teams we're playing against. He's got video clips and... Oh, my word. How on earth did that miss? God blimey. That was Charlie Dunnett. Managed to kept very low. Sort of edged and rolled past the stump. So, there are things all of a sudden beginning to happen. There's that momentum thing. So for about an hour and 20 minutes, there was like nothing happening. And now it's just about to kick off.
Inside edge onto the pads there. And the coolest man on the whole ground was Matthew Morris. Just made sure it was okay. And
well, he's got 47. Looking like a half century's coming his way. Soft hands from keeper again. Johnny Connell at short mid-wicket. Tommy Sturgis at mid-on. And a leg slip, so 3 on the leg side. 6 on the offside.
yeah, there's
Luke Bevan a bit off.
the only person behind square on the leg side is leg slip.
Yeah.
Which, the way Charlie bowls, does feel slightly an unusual position for me.
Well, that ball that went for 4 between sort of second and third slip, I'm not sure it carried anyway, but given your point earlier about where the slips stand, sort of slightly in front of the keeper, if they'd been standing there, then there may well have been a catch.
I can remember way back in the day in my under 18s years, so we're talking last century clearly, bowling at a place called Horwich RMI.
Oh yes,
And
near Bolton.
Yeah,
Horwich.
that's the one. Just down the road from where that new stadium Bolton have.
They had a good team in those days. They had a team that would played in the Lancashire Cup final.
They did, and I remember running into bowl at Horwich RMI to 7 slips. I was part of an under-18 team that were rather good though, and we just decided to take the mickey a little bit, to be frank.
You didn't bring the game into disrepute.
Mike Watkinson, who was coaching at the time for Horwich RMI, thought we did, yes.
Yes, yeah.
My colleague bowling at the other end, Darryl, I'll keep him nameless otherwise, he was coming in, well, you're talking the late 80s here, 86, 87, he was coming running in like Bob Willis with his arm waggling behind his back, and we had a bit of fun.
We had a guy at school called Stephen Gill, who went on to be a very fine schoolmaster in Birkenhead, I think, and was a good rugby player, played rugby for the Vale of Luton for Cheshire, and he played in the 3rd team at school at cricket, and he used to run in like a certain famous test bowler, and he described himself as Dennis Gilly.
It's funny that, I'm thinking of all the kids I see around our club now, and when I go around other clubs as well, and we don't see them mimicking people like we used to back in the day, do we?
No, although, I mean, arguably, the Shane Warnes of this world, God rest his soul, a lot of lads bowling out the back of the hand, and a lot of young spinners.
But there's an age there, isn't there? There's an age of people you can see who were brought up watching Shane and have gone, I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, the only one I do see being two players I do see be slightly imitated every now and again, and I've heard Mr. Kettleborough do it today as well.
Go on.
They've done the Steve Smith / Marnus Labuschagne no run.
Right.
And I've heard James say that a couple of times quite loudly this afternoon as well, and as if to make a message to his opposition skipper who's just behind him to say, I ain't going anywhere.
Yeah. When it comes to mimicry, I think my favourite mimicry of all time is the Wide World of Sport, Richie Benaud, which, if you analyse the scripts with today's lens, some of them may not all be politically correct, but wipe those bits aside, then what's left, there's some very funny stuff. So if you've never listened to that, I imagine the sort of people who are listening to this probably have, but if you just happen to be a younger listener interested in Staffordshire and Berkshire and National Counties cricket, then look out the Wide World of Sport for the Richie Benaud takeoffs. Very, very funny indeed.
Just trying to add to our social media and just tell people that we're actually on live at the moment. And
well, there's 6 minutes to go to 5 o'clock, which
you're
is the
6
witching
runs
hour.
short.
Well, you, my friend, are 1 run away from the promised land, and I am, as you rightly say, 6 runs away. So
now,
go on.
I'm 1 run away, but you're bang on the wicket. Does that mean we've got a bit like this game, a bit of a draw?
2 different competitions. If it finished now, it's a draw, absolutely. And I don't know how many other people entered the competition. We'll find out from Kieran later. Maybe a few, maybe not. So Charlie Dunn at bowling, probably going to get a couple of overs in before 5. So that's probably another 11 balls. So I'm fairly keen. So the difference between 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 8 is 5. So if it's 1, 2, 6, I think I win.
Because there just happens to be 5 and you'd be 2 closer and I'd be 3 away. Yeah, I'll take that. Don't like to take it, but I'll take it.
Yeah, you get 4, 5 and I get 6, 7.
Yeah. Where will Berkshire stick or twist here? What are they going to do differently? They've changed the bowler. They've changed the bowler straight after tea by bringing Rhys Lewis on, and obviously it worked once they changed ends. But what else can they do here, do you think, Jeff?
Well, with the end of this over, there'll be at least 18 overs left. 18 overs for 8 wickets. On the outside, maybe they'll nick a wicket before then. there's no incentive. They toss the ball up in the air. They're just giving runs away for nothing.
Yeah.
They can't really. I think they just have to bowl 2 or 3 really good balls and then put the batsmen that come in under the sort of pressure where you've got the ring of fielders. And with the slow bowlers on, I would bowl
as many overs as possible.
I'd roll them around. I'd bowl Luke Bevan. I'd bowl
Dan Lincoln.
Master Lewis.
Dan Lincoln could come on a bowl.
I don't think Dan's going to bowl.
But it's that old school way of looking at it, isn't it? You're going to have 17 overs minimum.
Yeah.
You might be able to fit, 20, 21, 22 if you're really lucky with the spinners.
Yeah, maybe.
If you really went for it. It hurries the batters as well.
Yeah. I mean, if they start taking wickets, then that's going to take the time out. So I think, realistically, we're looking at 17 overs from 5.
And effectively, therefore, we're looking at what's that? 42, 100, give or take 100 balls. We've got a 100 ball match.
Yeah. Where have we heard that before?
Yeah. Been some interesting discussion during tea about different ways to come up with a result, and I think it is the most impossible conversation ever. But there was talk of a T10 game between me and Kieran. Actually, we thought, the NCCA, we like a bit of T10. We go out to Spain and we win in Spain twice. So should we just call it a T10 after 5 o'clock?
Is there an oxymoron here that you could have a 4-day final decided by a T10? I think the crowd would actually quite like that. At least there'd be something in it. But I don't know. Oh, hold on a minute. What's happening here? Drinks. 60%. Well, that's weird. I don't get that. Surely we're wasting an over there.
I'm very confused.
That is really odd. That means you're going to win.
Yeah,
but they've taken 3 minutes out. I would say.
And my understanding.
Why wouldn't you do the drinks at?
My understanding was that our clocks and our watches at 1 o'clock were actually. Were they ahead or behind? The umpires were quietly confident that they were going on their own watches, so maybe it is 5 o'clock on their time and they're just calling it.
Okay, well, in which case I will graciously concede defeat on the runs.
But not on the wickets.
Not on the wicket. So that's 1-1, so we're effectively drawing at the moment.
Okay, so if we're going to have another winner takes all.
Okay.
I think it's got to be a very simple one, given the state of the match.
Okay.
What time?
Oh, go on.
Do we believe we will see Mr. Lincoln potentially? Now, I'm only saying this as a potentially because clearly they could take 8 wickets still. But if they are not to take enough wickets, what time do we see Mr. Lincoln shaking hands with
Mr. Kettleborough, if he's still on there?
Yeah.
Well, I have no insight. I've not seen this situation before, certainly not in a final. It's possible that the coach is talking to the captain right now, but it looks like they're going to carry on.
Yeah.
So I would say, but who goes first here? Okay, I'm going to be totally straight with you. In my head, I've already decided what the number is, and I'm going to put it down here.
Yeah.
So, and then you go independently. I would say. Right, I've done it. So what's yours?
I'm going to say 5:35.
Okay, I said there you go. 5:30.
Yeah.
So you're saying 5:35. I'm saying 5:30. And that's to be today's champion. I mean, I've defeated Logie with ease, 3-0. We're 1-1.
You've just gone down the middle.
Yeah.
Give or take.
Well, I'm thinking there has to be a standpoint, but it might not be the end of the over 5. It may well be that the over sort of ends to overrun, in which case there's a couple of minutes grace. So I'll shake hands with you.
I'm just seeing Lambo on the phone. Is that ordering the takeaway for tonight already?
Taxi.
Yeah. Is it taxi to Berkshire?
It probably is. Okay, so we're 1-1. 1-2-2 for 2. A long way to 3-8-3. That was never likely to happen. Even after the first 10 minutes, I think we could see that.
Yeah, the first 10-15 minutes of the staff's innings well and truly set the tone.
Okay, in a few moments I'm going to step away, and our friend and colleague Richard Logan's going to join Ian for a little while. We'll come back later.
For 5:30.
Yeah, we won't. Yeah, we won't include him in the competition. He's clearly not up to it.
Yeah. Well, having had the conversation with him about win, lose, draw, and wherever, he'll be definitive on what he wants.
Yeah, I think it's hard though. At the end of the season, you played your 4 matches in the league. Berkshire have won 3, and did they win all 4? I think they may have won all.
Yeah, they got 70 odd points.
I think they won all 4. The other group with Staffordshire was a bit of a draw fest until the end. So, on one level, I know they didn't play against the same teams, but Berkshire have been a lot more successful win-wise, but you can't carry that forward. Well, you could into this sort of situation. Now, there are some competitions where you do pay attention to what's happened in your group. I remember this earlier the year I was in Australia. Now, here's a bizarre thing. So, went to see a friend of ours who played cricket at Esher, and he was captain of his club's team in the 5th grade in Brisbane cricket. Great. Now, you might say 5th grade, maybe not a great standard. Well, I can disabuse you of that notion.
It's a good standard.
I can disabuse you of that notion right away. There are some pretty damn good cricketers, and their league works in such a way that the top 4 at the end of the season go into playoffs.
Yeah.
1 plays 4 and 2 plays 3, and they play 2-day cricket Saturday. So the semi-final was a 2-day game over a Saturday-Sunday. But because they'd finished higher than the team they played against, 1v4, all they had to do was draw. So they had an advantage going into it. So they got the draw, if you like. That's the way they worked it.
And weather being less of an issue down there?
Well, you'd say that, but actually I think they do have quite a lot of games rain affected in and around Brisbane, because even though it's the Sunshine and Gold Coast, there is rain around. Anyway, they won the game. Now, here's the question. Oh, that was a sort of chance, although it nearly broke his hand. Short leg. So the final of grade 5, what sort of game do you think it was? And they've been played 2-day cricket all year.
In terms of quality or in terms of score?
No, in terms of what sort of game? How many days? How many innings? How many whatevers?
Well, if it's a 2-day game, but they can play as many as they want, basically to the end, can they?
No.
Go on, give us a clue.
Okay, so it's sort of hard to give a clue without giving the answer away.
Go for it.
Having had a competition which was a 2-day game, semi-final 2 days as well, the final was a 4-day game.
Okay.
2 innings. Well, at least 2 innings. And that was rain affected, but that was Saturday, Sunday. So at the end of a long season of 2-day cricket, they then had a 4-day game to decide the 5th grade. So we're talking about some cricketers on the way up, some who were more experienced on the way down, if you like. But it's decent cricket. Great pitch, well curated. Right, I'm going to step away and let Richard Logan step in. Here you are, Rich.
So Luke Bevan continuing from the trees end, the far end of the ground from where we're at the pavilion. Another over of not a lot happening, to be frank. Just 1 run there. Staff's now on 123 for 2. I'm guessing. Are they counting the overs down on the scoreboard there now? Is that 17 being counted down on the scoreboard, do you think, Richard?
I think it should be, but it's gone the wrong way.
It's gone the wrong way, hasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, Jeff has disappeared off and taken his mince pie with him.
He has, yeah. I saw him get given a little takeaway earlier as well. He's got an extra bag of a couple more.
I think he's got a very good relationship with the ladies there in the kitchen.
Well, he's been here every day and obviously been around the final for all 4 days, I believe, hasn't he, as well? So you've all put a lot of work in towards this game. Just unfortunate the way the weather has gone against us a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. We can never. You can take for the weather in some regards, but obviously we can't control it. So we have to try and do everything we can to mitigate against the pitfalls of it. But it doesn't I think anybody that's been involved in cricket for any period of time knows that's a battle that we're never going to win.
You just get used to it, unfortunately. Definitely get used to it. And credit to the ground staff here. They've done everything they can as much as possible to get the game on as quickly as they can. And, the groundsman Andy was telling me what he does what he put down earlier to actually start to soak some of the water up. And he made me guess. He said, was it sand, sawdust? He said, no, what we do is when we cut the square really low, we keep what we cut. And then we put that back on. So what you're actually putting on... another one gone through slips there. As Matt Morris goes to his 50 for Staffordshire. And yeah, but Andy was saying that rather than putting a foreign substance on, we basically put it back on whatever we've cut off. And I thought, it actually just makes common sense, doesn't it, to use that to soak it up rather than... groundsmen hate sawdust. They hate the mess it makes. They hate what it does. It's quite interesting. So Staffordshire there, 127 for 2 now. Matt Morris... He's had a sedatory 50, shall we say, of 126 balls, but Staffordshire will say he's done what he needs to, Richard.
Yeah, exactly. Playing the situation, and we all knew at the start of this innings that it really needed a couple of 2 or 3 quick wickets from a Berkshire perspective, but Staffs did exactly what they needed to and started calm, collected, played well.
And you must have been in this situation yourself a number of times as a fielder during your own career, where you're watching this game just go along at this sort of pace. How did you used to keep yourself going during this sort of period?
I used to try and bowl, to be honest, because I think that's why I ended up being a bowler, because I didn't enjoy fielding that much. So I always preferred to have the ball in my hand, and I think as a bowler you always want to affect the game, and I suppose although it's a long shot at the moment, there's probably still some hope that if they can get a couple of quick wickets, they can put some pressure on. 16 overs can look like not a lot, and then as soon as you're 4 or 5 down, which could happen in 1 or 2 overs, that certainly looks like a long time then when you sat here from a batting perspective. But it doesn't quite look like that at the moment. But yeah, to answer your question, I used to like to bowl.
Yeah, I think I was talking to a couple of guys earlier about the Berkshire, the end of the Berkshire innings, and Staffordshire came out in that period before the declaration, and they dropped a couple of catches. Liam Hare went running after one, and potentially could have been a wicket-keeper's catch. You think that could have again changed the game, and but it could have gone against Staffordshire that as well, couldn't it? They could have lost a bit of confidence and come out and thinking it's all going against us. But to use that old-fashioned phrase, they have dug in. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, and we talked about that maybe 1 or 2 days ago, that at the end of an innings it's really key that you try and generate momentum that you can take in, whether that's a batting side or a bowling side, whether that's taking the last wicket or whether it's hitting a couple of boundaries, or maybe not giving the opposition a couple of wickets, and instead of trying to just whack every ball for 4 at the end of an innings, just calmly just try and get those maybe 4, 6 and over, because really 4 or 10 runs going to make a huge difference, whereas actually taking that momentum into your first few overs of bowling really could make a difference, where you pick up the 1 or 2 quick wickets, and that's far more valuable than maybe 5 or 10 runs at the end of an innings. So it is just working that out, and it's not just going in completely gung-ho, especially if you go from maybe 5 down to being bowled out. That really is a change of momentum in my opinion. So it's just managing those parts of the game and making sure that when you start an innings, you feel like you're on the front foot. And I think, as you've said there, it might have been that they were starting slightly on the back foot, because if those catches had gone to hand, or they'd have picked up 2 or 3 wickets, and instead of the Berkshire lads hitting a 4 and running off. So it felt like they had to dig in rather than they could start on the front foot. Yeah,
that very, very swift cameo from Dan Lincoln at the end of the Berkshire innings, 37 off 11 balls. You and I know Lynx well enough. It was a typical Lynx innings, wasn't it? He just went in there, he knew what he was going to do, played some fabulous shots, a little bit of invention in there as well, but just good cricket shots. That took the game away from Staffordshire very, very quickly with those 37 runs, and could have easily taken the momentum away from them. But that first 5 overs of the Staffordshire innings in particular, the first 5 or 6 overs, they really did dig in to score 2 or 3 runs, I think it was, and they set the stall out a little bit there, didn't they?
Yeah, and I think in those scenarios you're always going to look in hindsight and go, should they declared earlier? Did they need that? Did they need this? But at the end of the day, they made the decision. It's very easy to sit here and make a decision and say, no, actually, give them an opportunity to win the game. They probably felt like they deserved to get in a position where Staffordshire had no way of winning the game and it was just going to be one-sided. So all these things are very hard to, well, easy to look at in hindsight.
Yeah.
Quite difficult to balance at the time. So.
Yeah, and I'm sure both coaches, Andy Carr and Tom Lambert, after the game, they'll spend a very short time analysing what they did, where they declared, what they could have done differently, etc. Because the turnaround to Sunday and finals day is pretty quick, isn't it?
It is, and I think I'm not sure the exact figure, but it's somewhere between 130 and 140 overs we've lost out of this game due to the weather. You certainly you add those back on now, and it's a completely different ball game. So, and that's again talking about Andy and his team here. That's testament to the wicket, to the fact that we could play even from now for another 140 overs. We can't because we don't have the pitch and we don't have the hotel. But my point being is the wicket's perfect. If we hadn't lost the weather, we would have got to a really compelling finish in this game, I think.
And I was saying to Jeff earlier, I'm pretty certain we probably only needed this morning's session that we lost. That one alone, I think, would have made a huge difference to what's happened the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, because we'd be another 30 or 40 overs on.
Yep.
Still to go, and that's and it's not looking at it from now. It's looking at it from when they started the innings.
Yep.
Them looking at 100 overs or 90 overs to bat is a lot different than looking at 50 overs to bat.
Yeah. Where would Berkshire have gone then? Potentially. They'd still been looking for the same sort of lead, but with maybe a few more overs to. They'd still got at it hard this morning. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, exactly. And 383 off 90 overs. Well, that does bring both teams into it. It's always easier to get wickets when, well, not always, but it's easier to get wickets when people are coming at you.
Yeah.
I feel, rather than when they're digging in, especially on a good wicket. It's not misbehaving massively. It's turning a little bit. We've just seen a player miss there, so it's still doing enough to get the wickets, but it's not like a 4th or 5th wicket, day wicket,
No.
where it's going up and down and it's really turning. So there's no gremlins in there. So I think if I was Staffs and I was chasing 380 off 90 overs, I'd have been giving it a good punt. But as I said, I think Berkshire just made the decision to say, right, we feel like we've been on top most of the game. We're going to set something that's probably unattainable, and we're just going to attack. And there's only really going to be one winner.
Right now, it is the draw is the winner. With Staffordshire on 128 for 2.
Is the draw ever the winner?
Can I be really corny? Cricket's the winner. Yeah, they've got a lot of cricket in it. And to be fair to these lads, they've played a lot of cricket all summer. We have to remember that the players on this pitch, if we were to look at play cricket right now, which I haven't got in front of me, the vast majority of them probably play 30 to 40 games this season with their Saturday Premier League cricket. The vast majority then playing Sundays in NCCA. I think as James Kettleborough told me, he's had something like 1 or 2 Sundays off since May. That's a lot of cricket. We're about in the professional game, people groaning and moaning about what those guys have to put up with, but you know what? Compared to what these guys have played, this is a lot of cricket, serious cricket that they've had to play all through, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it's intense cricket. And bearing in mind, in our T20 stuff, you play 2 games in a day as well. So there's a lot of cricket for the lads that have been involved in the Challengers stuff. There's even more there.
Yeah.
A lot of the lads have been out playing second 11 cricket. Some of the national county lads have been playing Saka cricket. So there is an awful lot of cricket available to the lads, and some might say there's too much and too many options, but we want to make sure that all of the players in national counties get as many opportunities to play as they want, and to perform well, to be put in the spotlight, to potentially get picked up if that's what their aspirations are. If not, then we feel like our format works pretty well. But for those guys who have got aspirations, there's an awful lot of cricket to play. and it's very difficult to say no to an opportunity to protect your body that actually in 3 weeks' time might have been the right decision. At the time, it's really difficult to make that decision.
It is. And I feel for the players having to make those decisions sometimes, but then I also, every single conversation I have with any player this season, the one thing that comes through from all of them is just the love of playing the game. And they all want to play as much cricket as they can and take as much opportunity as. It's very easy to say no, isn't it? It's far easier to say no than it is to go through what these guys have done. But a lot of cricket, still more to come when we come, T20s to come, and then there's a number of players on the pitch here. Potentially we're going out to Spain with you in October for finals week at the ECC. Almost there with your squad?
Yep, almost. We're going to get through these, get through today, obviously, get through Sunday, and then our focus can shift onto that. We don't want to take anyone's focus off the NCCA stuff for now, and we've only got another few days for that until we've got those finals and the T20 sorted. So once that's done, then we can shift our focus in. We've got a good 5 weeks until we're on a plane to Spain.
Looking forward to it?
Yeah, very much so. It's a brilliant 2 weeks or week, depending on which sort of cycle we're in, whether we're going in the qualifiers or whether we're going for finals week. This year we're only going for finals week. But yeah, it really is a brilliant week, and it's great for the players that go, for their development. I know there's a lot of people that looked on it with a lot of, I don't know really. We took a bit of a jump 3 years ago into that competition, but it's certainly paid dividends in regards to the quality of it, the way it's ran.
Yeah.
Daniel, Roger and the team do an amazing job of that. So there's certainly no regrets from our perspective, and I think if you ask any of the lads or spectators that have been out there, they'll say that it's a top quality competition. It's super exciting, and it's in fact, I hate watching it because I'm not a very good watcher. That's one thing I have realised. When I've got a vested interest in a team, I'm not a very good watcher at all.
And I think the biggest vindication of what we've done over the last 3 years in taking an NCCA team out there is the news again in the last 24 hours. Harrison Ward having his white ball contract extended. I know, talking to Tom Lambert the other week, there's no one will speak more highly of going out to Spain and doing that than Harrison Ward. Yeah,
I think so. He came out in the first year, and I didn't know Harrison very well at all, but I've got to know him really well, and it's great to see that he's had a good year and he's got a contract extension. I think he's probably one now that's flown the nest, so to speak, certainly for this period, and we hope that he doesn't come back into our cricket or into the challenges, but hopefully he goes on to bigger and better things. He got an opportunity to be involved in the 100 as well this year with the Oval Invincible, so that was brilliant to see, and I think there's more of that kind of story to come really. We've had players picked up out of the challenges just this year. We've had a number of people signed out of national counties cricket over the last 10-15 years, and it's a consistent flow of players, so that's all really positive.
It is, and just one of those guys who was signed out of NCCA there, Mr. Tommy Sturgis, had his month with Worcester in the Metro Bank there, just fielding the ball and polishing it for Charlie Dunnett, continuing down at this pavilion end. And I think one of the most important things that you've said to me all year, and Tom's also said, is this Challengers group that you've got, it's still open-ended, isn't it? It's not a group that's a closed shop. It's a group that, if somebody wants to force their way in because of what they're doing, more than welcome, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. We monitor probably, well, we monitor everybody. We have about 32, 33 people in a squad. Mm-hmm. But we also added about 8 or 9 to that even this year, when some of the lads in the squad weren't available, some of them were, and then we invited the lads that have been performing well throughout this year to play against each other. So we've hopefully got that message across to everybody, that it's an open door for people if they perform well, perform consistently. Our expectations are high. It's not just about getting 100 in one game, it's about getting back-to-back performances, because that's what you're going to need to do when you step up either into the second team or into first-class cricket. You can't just perform once every 6 weeks, you have to perform consistently. So we were trying to give that message across to people now and make sure that we're preparing people as best as we can on and off the field, from a mentality perspective, making sure they're ready to step up, and not just step up and do okay, but step up and succeed, like Kashi Falias, for example.
Yeah, I think everything that we've seen so far this year from the challenges, there's just nothing but positives. And you know, I'm not sure I've said this to you, but it's a conversation thing that happens with me on a. I probably have two questions asked of me more often than anything, which is number one, which is the best Premier League in the country. Still can't work out the way of actually answering that properly. And number two, what about these challenges? And the fact that there's not a single person I've spoken to in Premier League or NCCA cricket can give me a single negative. Says you've organised something here, we've pulled something together that can only be for the good of cricket, full stop, and more importantly for the good of these players to give them opportunities, isn't it?
Absolutely. Obviously I'm going to bang that drum as much as I can, because I believe in it 100%. I believe in the players 100%, and hopefully they get that feeling from me and from Tom and the rest of the coaching team that we believe in them and we want to be here to support them. We want to put them in challenging situations. But if you do that with people and you don't support them, then that's when they can fall down. So we've got a really good support network around them. We talk to the players all the time, sometimes about cricket, sometimes not.
Yep.
And hopefully we've got enough experience around us to give advice and to make sure that we do fully support them in that journey, because it is tricky and it's sometimes a long, hard road to getting into first-class cricket or becoming a professional, like I said, if that is their aspiration. We have some players in the team that don't have that clear aspiration, but they add value in a different way through their skill, through their experiences, and that doesn't mean they have to be 28 or 30. They could be 22 but have been through stuff that really helps with a youngster who is the same age but just hasn't had that experience. So we're making sure that we sort of pull in everybody's experiences, everybody's qualities, and hopefully giving them an opportunity to shine. But it's been a great summer, and hopefully just the start of what can be something that is a proper part of the cricket structure.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that I picked up from it with the lads during the season is they all play representative cricket. They've all played through the counties or through the age groups and stuff like that. These are the best of the best when it comes to non-professional cricket, aren't they? But they've come together as a squad, almost like a mini club rather than like a representative team for me, the Challengers. And the one thing that's come across from all of the guys, and bear in mind, for those of you who are listening and aren't as aware as most in the cricketing world might be, these lads could come from anywhere in the country, from Cumbria, Sussex, Oxfordshire, Cornwall, Devon, you name it. They've come from all over the place. They battle with each other all through the year, but they come together as the Challengers, and actually you can see they enjoy being together. They've had fun, they've had good time together, as well as playing some bloody good cricket, to say the least.
Yeah, and that was one of our key goals to achieve as quickly as we possibly could, was to create a team spirit within the group. So it wasn't a representative team that somebody came into and said, "Oh right, representative, I've got to do well here." Actually, it's all about the team. It's all about playing in a successful team. Because if you do that, you're always going to be highlighted anyway. Because if you get 5 wickets in a successful team, you'll get noticed. If you get 3 or 4 for a key time and you win a game for a team, you'll get noticed. If you get 6 for an unsuccessful team, there's less likely chance of you getting noticed. So we wanted to create that team ethos from the very start, and Tom and the team have led on that and done brilliantly. And I think all the guys, and Dan Link has had a big part to play in that as well, about pulling everybody together, setting some standards that everybody meets, and hopefully that all the lads that have been involved have had a good time, felt like they felt welcomed into the group straight away.
And as we chat about the Challengers, we look out onto West Bromwich Dartmouth and we see the sight at 5:25 of the captains, who both happen to be on the pitch at the same time, shaking hands, and they've called it a day, Richard. They've said that's enough, we've had 4 days here, we're going to call it a draw, we're going to share the championship. I keep hearing from 1 or 2 people that Buckinghamshire should retain it. Don't think that works, does it?
I didn't know there was anybody here from Buckinghamshire.
And after 4 days and lots of championship cricket throughout the season, we have a draw. Probably lost about a day overall in the last 4 days, haven't we, due to the weather? But 2 very good sides here, and Shame we haven't been able to get a result, but we'll take the good cricket that we've seen.
Yeah, there's been some brilliant cricket. We said the other day that some of the individual passages of play have been super high quality. I think Liam Hurt versus Reece Lewis the other day, I think, was my highlight of the
Absolutely.
of it, coming in, bowling quick, hostile, and Reece was standing up and just and played it superbly well. So yeah, but that's just one of many as well. So it's been a frustrating but a fantastic 4 days.
It has. I'm going to let Richard jump off the comms now, and I'll just say goodbye from everybody at West Bromwich Dartmouth with one final word to say that it's just been pointed out to me by Jeff that he won the bet, and he did predict that the game would be finished at 5:30, and I said 5:35, so he ended up beating me 2-1 in those little battles between us. Great to see the teams come off together. Great to see the Berkshire team headed to the ground staff at West Bromwich Dartmouth to say thank you before they even came off the pitch. So thanks for everyone who's been watching on the stream, and look forward to speaking with one or two of you. I'm sure you'll be watching the stream on Sunday when we're at Chester Boughton Hall for the T20 finals day.
I'll catch you next week, Steve.
Yeah, Monday.
Monday.
We may have to come and sit with you.
Yeah.
'Cause I can't bear sitting with the inbreds.
No.
Yeah, pain in the arse. Right.
Oh, but probably be $1 there.
Whether Nigel's coming, whether Chris is coming, I don't know. But I will come and sit. If you don't mind, I'll come and join you. So I know we're going to have a sensible conversation about the where's the inbreds, what they're like. Yeah.
Look after yourself. Hold on, see you.
Yeah, I'll see you Friday night then.
Where they go, they're doing front of that building. Match drawn. Match drawn, yeah. That don't happen like this, and that's happening.
Okay, everyone. I think I'll just start by saying congratulations to both Berkshire and Staffordshire for your divisional win titles and for creating a really sort of compelling game. Obviously difficult with the amount of time we've lost in this fixture to get a result, but I think there were some passages of play in this game that really showed the quality of both teams and the quality of cricket that we've got in the national counties. So congratulations for both teams. A few thank yous to Richard Cox, Mick and all the ladies here at West Bromwich Dartmouth. It's the third year we've been back here, and not only have we had these 3 games, we've had a Zimbabwe game earlier on this year. They do a magnificent job. Food's always great. The way it's ran, it's extremely stress-free for me because I make a phone call, tell them how many people are coming, and then kind of leave them to it. So massive thanks to Cox and his team. To Andy, no doubt he's hiding somewhere because he does at these times, but him and his team have done an unbelievable job. Again, over the last 3 years they've faced torrential rain, red hot sun, and obviously a bit of a mix this, but I think everyone will say that's one of the best club wickets you'll play on in the country, and that's why we have the final here. So amazing job by Andy and all his team, and if they can hear, then I think we should give them a round of applause as well. To Kieran, who's behind the camera and has set up everything that goes on. He's always at our finals. He's done it for the last couple of years. He's done it at all the Challenger games, all the NCCA finals this year, and the way that he's progressed on our live streaming and the offering that we can do to try and spread the word and showcase you guys, not just to the people that are here, but the people around the country, is really amazing. So great work, Kieran, wherever he is. If I can just ask Christian Durant to join me. Christian, obviously from Durant, is our head sponsor and has been for 2 years, so take the opportunity to thank him as well for all the support. The support that he's given over the last couple of years has enabled us to do stuff like invest in people like Kieran, to try and make sure that we're always growing as a business, make sure our competitions are getting better and better, and everything that we do. So massive thanks to Christian for his support. And on to the presentation. If we start with the officials, the scorers, Caroline and Carl from Staffordshire and Berkshire, if you'd like to come. It's those ones, mate. And the 2 umpires, Steve Bezic and Robin Parker. And like I said at the start, I think there's been some really amazing passages of play in this game. 2 extremely strong teams, arguably the 2 best teams in this format, obviously, with some really high quality individual performances throughout. It's a new one for me, this. So I think if we invite Dan Lincoln, the captain of Berkshire, and James Kettleborough from Staffordshire to come up, and Christian will give you the show for a hand each. It's not very heavy. I'll get out of the way. Christian, get in the middle. Cheers, mate. Thanks a lot.
Cheers.
I think that concludes everything. Thanks again to everyone in West Bromwich Dartmouth. Thanks to everyone for coming and watching, and hopefully maybe see you. Well, obviously good luck to the 2 teams along with Cumbria and Oxfordshire on Sunday as well. So you'll be going at it again. Let's hope the rain stays away for that one. Cool. Thanks, guys.